But there's no time left. There's no time left. Noise comes in for the right clicks. What? This is going to be the type of place that we're going to see in a post-match plays between Loud and Sentinels. We're going to be on the edge of our
seats. What do you think? Call that cinema? No, I'm just kidding. That was the Tuesday matinee. That was absolute chaos. Oh my gosh. That's the I have one final choice moment situations. Everybody's doing the final thing. They know they're going to go down, and that one was to jump through the smoke and finally kill the diffuser, even though it probably wouldn't have been half. That was just the kind of situation. The pressure Loud puts on the first attack round of their pistol here, second half. A big push here from Sentinels, though. This is going to be another war.
Continuing with the double flash combination from the initiators, but QCK is just ready for that. So not only does he stops the push from Sentinels, but that's building up his ultimate here for the later rounds, even trying to clear for more, grabbing the orb behind the Allen drone. Wouldn't be surprised if they just give him a plan or if he just chases the kill. But you're seeing like Sentinels are trying to rework the map somewhere. Go head to head. Omen versus Omen. Tui's gets the upper hand of Tens. Actually did see QCK trying to hunt for more kills there. He got instantly denied by Saucy.
Camera will let them know they can end at A on this one. And Loud, I feel like, needed to start setting the pace as they got onto this attack side. Sentinels, as they were on attack, like I said, what didn't care when the Hunter's Fury came out from Loud. They were able to work around it, absorb Loud's utility at market, and hit A, or the other way around, A to B. Here, Loud cannot let Sentinels set up a defensive spot. Loud needs to be in their face all the time. And again, with this composition Loud has, that has to be everybody behind QCK, right? QCK is not blast packing in. He's not dashing in.
Last player standing.
They have to go in together, and right now, they're picking these rounds up together.
Yeah. I mean, as much as Sentinels has utility to retake these sites, for Loud side, they have as much stall, right? They have that fault line to come out. They have the recon over the smokes.
Yeah.
They have paranoias if they haven't used it for the takes. It comes down to how they work the map once again here on the attack. Sentinels might have to try to change things a little bit here as they have a gun round to come through.
Yeah, I wonder
that's going to for them to try to control something.
I wonder if they, as Sentinels, try a trap play right away. Go for their own.
With better guns than this.
With better guns than this, yeah. Because it would be good against Loud. If Loud were to go slow on a round, might be this. Thinking the low buy is going to create a tough entry into the site. 4 towards A for Loud. Heavy side as well for Sentinels. Strong side, rather. Looks like up and over flash by Dizzy. No, I don't think they've thrown anything yet.
Heard a flash coming out from Zelsis just to delay a bit, though. Big paranoia. Fast again. Yeah, Boombot second satchels away. Tens trying to swing back out just to try to catch QCK off guard. A knife is going to delay that utility that would allow for Loud to gain that momentum, gain that space that it gained towards the elbow. As Sentinels wants to fight back. The aggression comes through. QCK still on the top. A stinger close range. A second bullet to Zelsis for the classic. Hot hands on the ground. Finally, Tens takes him down. And all the rest of Loud falls as Tui's was looking for that lurk. And Sentinels, they fight back on the gun round.
They realize it's going to be chaos. Sendhands are just as hard and weird and fast right there as Loud is trying to hit that elbow spot. Also take a little pawn control. And it is taking control to kind of organize this mess that's going on. The nades that are being thrown. That first nade allowed this long peek to come through. With QCK there, they knew they needed to get him out of the situation, unroot him. It just caused the push. Sentinels is there with numbers because they did choose the right site, expecting Loud to hit A.
Besides, sometimes, at some point, those paint shells went down there from Zekin, and QCK somehow still stood alive. So.
You jump up on the box as fast as possible.
It's definitely difficult there for Sentinels to try to regain the elbow side, but they did. Power numbers. Now we have a tech pause coming out here, but it's quick, you know? Didn't even have a chance to talk about it.
Wow.
That's even better.
All right, cool. I'll take that.
Any day now. And
They're
Loud,
just making sure tech pause works. Right? Tech pause to tech pause.
At least Loud right now still has this run it back here that they could use. So they're adding that pressure on this A side to start. Even trying to see if there's going to be a push from Sentinels down towards the middle for a B link control. Sentinels on their end, though, they're looking for, once again, the first contact towards the front. Zelsis with the support and the flashes on the back of the dumpster. So they could fight back. That's all they want to do so far. When they spray it across, they didn't hear anybody from Loud shooting back. So they might be able to start to pivot back and work towards the B-side. How about John Cutie?
It's the first time that we'll see Loud start to use this wall here that kind of helps them get an entrance, mostly for QCK and Kalanzin to flash through. Then they can enter through their own wall. And they have to make Sentinels worry. Thrash comes flying out from South Side to check mid-control, grabs one market, and here it comes.
Satchel in, Jusuke still alive, coming back, but his teammates detained, cannot really help yet. Mosh Pit comes down, the timing on that one, Celsius gets the headshot. Ten's ready for a Paranoia, let's it rip. But the rest of Loud made it through towards the B site nonetheless. They gave up on that control towards the market. The plant coming down here for Kalanzin, hit by flashes all over for Loud, as Sentinels are still held back on the outside by middle and B main. There's that fight, the Conner, oh my God! It's all around! Leaving out less alone in the 1 versus 4. Positioned now towards the spike. As at least the Thrash does not spot him. Now back and forth we go, and Zelsis gets another backstab. Tens is ready to come out strong in his grand finals as well.
It's been an incredible year for Ten so far. We see him go from aggressive duelist over to smoke, himself saying the consistency it brings to his play is unreal. And looking at how that works, if we think about Tens, he's been on agents that can get out of a situation, but you know where that dash goes. You know where he might be playing. Now he can reset on an Omen. He can audio cut and rat a little bit more. He has so many more options here, and he looks so happy to be playing the new role.
Yeah, it's insane too. Yeah, the questions that came out of Tens' role of like, oh, and he's not able to play a raise too well on split, or he should play a KO because it's like his play style from the other games. But this time as an Omen, he's shining.
His stats this year on average on the Yoru, the Omen, way better than his Jets KOs from last year. Kind of incredible that he's able to put up these numbers still. You see how comfortable he is.
We're not over yet here. 3 rounds away of getting the first map for Sentinels as Louder looking for the contact play. Speaking of Tens, he opens up the round. QCK falls a tap on the spike, baiting out the players of Sentinels trying to push towards the spawn. Are Loud. They will not meet any opposition, which allows for them to at least get a plant down to build that economy for the next. Ready with the shorty in the smoke. Snakebite keeps them at bay. But all of Sentinels are here, getting ready to flood back from that A-Link once again. And there he goes. Look at that utility. Everybody's hiding within the smoke, though, for Loud outside the site. Okay. Straight off for kills, and there's only less than 2 he's left. And Zekin himself is cleaning up the site. Showstopper ready for the next round as Sentinels scored the 11th.
It kind of took Sentinels just fighting back as fast. That, I think the mid-round where we saw Zekin fly through, that tells you how fast Sentinels want to be going right now. And Loud are going to be calling the timeout here. Boom. Tens playing the smokes. Frags all around for the team. It's not just kind of the 3Ks from Tens. You're seeing the refrags, the trades. Sentinels is a well-oiled machine right now, and it looks like they could close this one out. They get a timeout as well off of Loud, so Captain's going to be able to talk to the team to help solidify these last few ultimates. A rolling thunder from Kalanzin here. That can be denied if they throw that, and Zelsis is there to null command down. How's the rest of that site take hit? It just seems like Sen has answers to the ults ready for Loud, so it is going to take the Sadak Master class here. It's going to take this timeout to close these 5 rounds and bring us back to a tied game for sure.
That's the important call there. What Sadak could really pull out of this timeout. The last one that they have on this map of Sunset. And where Sentinels, when we were watching how that history of the first half went through, for them to score that many rounds on the attack puts them in a comfortable position under strong retake play style. And Loud has to find a way to answer that back. How do you fight back towards the spawn? They tried to play further back towards the A site and fight through after the initial utility that's being thrown on a defense for Sentinels. They're also alone in these forward positions after. They're not really able to set up for trades. This time around, though, looks like Loud is just holding back for a mid-control.
Their weight looks like this. 0 point's going to come over the top. You can see Zelsis' positioning. And Loud get too caught in that. Look purposeful as well. They kind of stood exactly where they wanted to. So Viper and Breach, seen on the right side of the map, is what Sentinels is working with right now. Again, this wall, only 2 times since this wall was put up from Loud have they tried to work through it. Last market we saw, Zekin came flying through with a showstopper, but now they're giving QCK quite a task here.
Yeah, you already see QCK working up the mid of the map. The L drone comes out towards the right side, but the important thing here is Calzine taking control of this B lane. They try to use this Rolling Thunder to hold towards the left side or flash towards the dumpster, but instead, after it sees nothing on the elbow side, they regroup and try to go for the contact play.
Looking at Sadak. Sonar up. Drone has been used. Again, they're really liking this elbow play. At least putting 3 or 4 members in there. They have to get Calzine in there because the fault lines from that side just seem so much more effective.
Even
to
a Rolling
the entry,
Thunder.
the Rolling Thunder, yeah, to boot. Right, so having Calzine in this elbow has been a priority for Loud. They set it up again,
30 seconds
and
left.
it's going to be the 5v5. A good lurk here, however, from Tui's could just separate Sentinel's rotation.
Feels like Loud seeing here that Sentinels like to play the retake, to just contact in the site, allowing this utility to delay even more.
There it is.
And as he throws out the Rolling Thunder off the knife, QCK is pushing forward. Just around the corner, though, Zelsis pulls out the null command. Zekin holding all the way back towards that Boba side, where we have a late lurk from Tui, still waiting for that opportunity to strike back behind them. But Sentinels are now running very quickly towards the A site. Showstopper to open it up. It's Planet once again for the elbow spam. Wingmen on the ground. Calzine trying to delay as he runs forward with utility. Gets denied. Sadako on the other side. There's that backstab. Tui's trying to go for the hero play. There's that first kill. It's tapped at half. There's no time. 10 gets the kill. But it's Loud that stays alive.
Tui's the lurk king on that one. Absolutely pivotal that Tui stayed alive and was able to get a huge kill on John QT there, causing that defensive rotation to have to route around through spawn, take a little bit more time. Everything that Loud did there really hurt Sentinels. Sen tried to paranoia retake pawn shop into the dumpster there, and it didn't really hit anybody. They tried to retake flash on dumpster, and all of what they needed for sight was already used by the time Sentinels got there. Loud really draining Sentinels' utility in a way they cannot retake. See what happens here? Spread out across the map in a default. Same wall here. Loud's just kind of pressuring with this each round to give Sentinels to something to look at, and then possibly play through it with their flashes.
Saw 2 sets of footsteps there off that camera from John Cutie. And look at Sentinels, a flash over and a swing after, a quad swing coming out, and that's just being held back. Even Paranoia to try to move forward. Calzine's all the way back towards middle. Instead, a spray through the blaze wall to get that kill on the market. He's laughing. Sadak's just like, oh, that was a pretty hot situation. As they pull back, though, with the numbers advantage. 5 players to work together towards the A site, but Sentinel has the read on this. Never mind, it's a double pump. Because of the position
All
we
the
have
way
in
back.
Tui's all the way towards the B main.
Okay, so I feel like we have been missing this from Loud in these few rounds. The past rounds, it would be that they tempted B main, they were a little bit in mid, right? QCK would flash, and then everybody just reset to a default spot to hit A.
30 seconds
Loud
left.
have not been leaving breadcrumbs around the map to be able to make audio calls on a rotation or be able to make that re-rotate. And now we're seeing that come into play. Those audibles we know Sadak for in the middle to late round.
Zelsis snuck through, but QCK was still holding towards the billboard of the B main. A knife being thrown that would have been huge towards that B main site where they don't have the fault line aftershock to work with, or snake bites, as a matter of fact. Even QCK's re-flanking towards the mid side. But Sentinel's already pushing forward. Spraying through the attacker smoke. Snake bite on the ground. There's that backstab. Too good for QCK.
Wow. What a swingy game. A few rounds here, a few rounds there, but the way the rounds are swinging, that team is in full control. Oh, yeah, that was close. We'll see it again. Hey, guy. He's like, I'm not KO ulted right now. You can't do that. I'm not going to be rezzed. QCK with a really nice flank. And that's been working so well now for Loud that they can continuously move from site to site, or the last few rounds, I should say, not for the map. They've only employed it here. So Sen calls a timeout. We got this in the first half out of Kaplan, and Sentinels were able to really come back with a pretty strong round. See what kind of ideas they can muster up during this one. Ultimate for John Cutie and Tens, kind of passive ults. Really need to make something work to get those in action. But Sadak, do we see this off the rip, or does it become a post plant? They have been focusing from the defensive side. Loud has that Hunter's Fury controls the map. It gets them an idea right away off a drone or a sonar bolt tag. But likely here to see it as they hit the site and try to clear one of those defensive positions Sen will be covering.
And that's the thing. Loud, again, they were able to play contact in the sites and use the ults on post plants instead and not having to waste them. Yes, we heard some Hunter's Fury, but those were trap plays that they had on defense. This time around, though, if they could continue to work the same way, I mean, for them, they don't need to fix anything because they're coming back in this game.
Yeah.
For Sentinels, the question is, how do we want to fight this? Do we want to move more forward here to not allow Loud to play the contact? It looks for information towards this mid side.
Fake TP to B main, but the push is huge here from Sen. They're trying to change the pace of the game of what Loud has been seeing the last few rounds, feeling in control. Sen trying to take that away. Passive play from Loud gets them safely across the map here, but this is what they were doing before. Not really tempting or leaving anybody at a site, just making some noise mid, and then they're going to hit A.
This could be basic things too from Sentinels holding towards the back of the side with John's Cutie set up on the A, just to maybe try to break a windman with his trips inside the A site. Run it back here, utilized by QCK just to clear out the space towards the dumpster. The plant still comes down. A lucky kill up to Kawadzine. Throws up the half, but the plant still went down for Loud.
That's huge. Kawadzine's the one they want, an elbow. For him to go down, this means that Sen can get back in.
Right now, the goal is to protect Sadak so that he could use his Hunter's Fury. There's that tap, uses it out right away. And now right after, it's going to be for Loud to fight back inside the smoke. Flashes are coming through. Nades are coming across towards the smokes as Tens is holding off angle. A curveball return. A nice kill from Tens. Snake bites on the ground as well. Wingman comes up trying to get it down. It's at least at halfway. He's trying to stick it fully for Wingman, but gets denied. It's up to a 2 versus 1. A push forward from Bless once again. Denied by John Cutie as they'll get the defuse and map point.
Round 12 for Sentinels.
Match point.
Tens again. I'm pretty sure Sideshow mentioned it previously, but that flash turning percentage, Tens being at the top. The least flashed member, we see it in action. And John Cutie, that
West
kill.
flash and didn't care.
Oh, West still actually got tagged by it. Never mind. Good POV. Good POV. It just doesn't matter with Tens. Yeah, but Kawadzine, that kill from John Cutie on a Kawadzine, you saw how confident Sentinels was to step forward there and go for the hit. What a kill to be able to pull up. Sheriffs now for the side of Loud. What a hurt on game point now, as they're going to try to get QCK up this mid position again. A little rinse and repeat on the strats before, but it brings most of the team to keep him safe.
QCK with the Sheriff, the double swing out, the wall bang, forcing Zelsis away. Trying to take the mid control, even shock darts thrown from Sadak to keep him back. Sentinel's trying to push forward. It was being watched by Les, so you have 3 players now contained in the A site. That said, though, with the amount of rounds that were coming back here for Loud, that one single loss now map point for Sentinels. The economy's broken for Loud. They have to try to get something done here. Controlling maybe an orb on the B site, a Viper plant off the pit, using his owl drone to sell that fake whip. This is we got the backstab though for QCK. It's perfect. But finally, John comes out of the camera to trade that out. They get information on that Sentinel player towards the back of the site. And they try to execute now for Sentinels. A tap to allow Kawadzine to swing out instant
30
headshot.
seconds left.
Still not deciding to go for the plan for less. They want to use it for Kawadzine. It's been the name of the game so far on how they're forming the arbs in the plant. Sentinels now trying to go for a 3-player retake at a disadvantage. Look how far back here Sadak is. Still waiting to see somebody's going to flank across. Delays being thrown early for Loud. A flash towards the market. First contact is less. Kawadzine avoided the mosh pit. Now swings out, hit by at least the fragment. Plant denied. A push forward from Tui's. Zelsis is alone. And it becomes a nice post-plant hold for Loud.
That actually is one of the coolest rounds I've seen Sadak come up with. When they were running back to A, you saw Sadak instantly peel off. It's like a light bulb went off in his head, peels off, and then sets up to quickly set the drone. It looked like they were actually running all the way back. Says, okay, Tui's, give me that ult back here. They do a global distraction to allow QCK's hit to work even better. Sick thinking. Absolutely disgusting.
And we said, just Sheriffs?
Just Sheriffs?
It was the 2 first kills they got.
Honestly.
QCK and Kawadzee with Sheriffs. They
making the crowd ill.
Yep.
Making the crowd ill.
Maybe he'll never smile again.
9 to 12. Pop flash towards mid, possibly.
Definitely.
Yep. Pop
Even
flash
satchels out from Zekin. And a Paranoia on top of that came from 10. So try to do a trap play with the lower buy that they have on the defense for Sentinels. But again, it's the masterclass IGLing calls from Sadak. Holding all the way back towards spawn.
It's wild.
Even towards the extremities.
Just wild. All right, into the site here. Just 3 rounds away for Loud to secure us our OT. It's going to be a low buy from Sen. Back in the site, they're going to hunker down and try to find those close angles. It's how can Loud dislodge them. Ultimate for Kawadzee could come around. That's the ultimate plan. If they can keep Kawadzee, then it can elbow without some John Cutie spam.
Easy one there for Zelsis.
Ooh, they lost the breadcrumb. That's what they were leaving this time. Sadak goes down.
And they have to make noise now. This is all going to be heard by Tens, but Tens only has a Sheriff in the back of the A site. Sasi with a pistol himself, so this is a very weak A site hold. A flank coming behind here, a flash. Tens is fully blinded. The lurk comes up from the side from Les. Yeah, Sasi gets
the headshot.
An instant ding from Les. 3 players remaining from Sentinels coming back once again from the A-Link. Tui's now takes control toward the back of the default. Gets 1 for his troubles back there. 2 versus 2. A pit out, a rolling thunder. Giving a lot of chances for Loud here on the pulse plant. Camera coming out, forcing now Sentinels to go inside the pit to fight back. Zelsis is low on HP, upgraded into a rifle. They actually have 2 rifles to work with. There's that first deniability to run across. Zelsis does get the pick though. And Les has 1 more stink bite.
And they have to go
by him. The tap on the spike. The kill from Celsius. The defuse comes out for Sentinels as they finally close out back number 1.
It's incredible the amount of times we see Sentinels squad rush, crowd up and squad rush a site. You see it all the time on Split. Then they'll be defusing while there's still members of the opposing team in the site, pressuring the peaks, pressuring the opposing team to come out of the woodwork. How many stick defuses does Sentinels have in the past few games? It is incredible.
A great first map as well. Incredible play from both teams. And again, this is a great appetizer to this grand finals that's in front of us right now, Riv.
Really, really great stuff. It feels like Loud were not themselves in the mid-round calling. Where Sadak usually excels, we see the strategies just absolutely explode and the opponent cannot stop it. Here, Sentinels had a great read, and man, they had a great attack side too to set this up.
So Sentinels topple down Loud on the first map, their map pick. Now it's time for Sentinels to play on their map pick on Split, and that's going to be after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Mick standing here with Coach Kaplan after we see the Sentinels win map number 1 in this riveting best-of-5 kickoff grand final. Coach Kaplan, I heard you mutter something when you walked up here, and you said that was easier than I thought. This map was so fascinating because it felt like both you and Coach Peo took advantage of your timeouts, and each time you did, it was your team that would win the next round. Walk us through what you were telling your team each time you would call those timeouts, because it felt like it was such a pivotal part in keeping the team in control.
Yeah, honestly, we would just... John's flowing with the IGLing today. Jordan's doing an incredible job helping out with... He's got a lot of good ideas. So a lot of the time we time out, I actually basically had a call for the next round. I was like, hey, I like what we're saying in the freeze time. This is sweet. I think after we do this and it works, let's rip this the next round. So they're making it easy for me today so far.
Happy face over here from Coach Kaplan. Best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
Sentinels start off strong with a 13-9 win on Loud's pick of Sunset, and now they are one step closer to walking away as the kickoff champs. This is going to be, well, a very fascinating BO5 here, guys, because I don't think that Loud... They got something cooking, surely. I have to believe that.
Honestly, I'm a little concerned with how he responded, how Kaplan did at the beginning of the evening.
Yeah.
That was easier than I thought. They're making it easy on me today. I'm like, bro, but it's still Loud.
Sawyer roll, dog.
Right? Like, easy now.
But they did look right there. I thought that they dealt with the comp that Loud was running here incredibly well, especially in that first half on the attacking side. This team was looking dominant, especially in the way that they were constantly taking A main control. Zekin getting set up for these really nice double flash with the KO and Gecko Dizzy to double satchel in, constantly opening up these rounds and just giving John so much to work with in the mid-round.
And I think the dominance that they've showed on Sunset goes all the way back to the offseason. Now 9-1 on this map. They've done it in the offseason. They've done it against different teams. Now they're doing it when the stage is the biggest it's been for them up until this point. Sunset is their map.
Yeah, and they're really proving as well why that this comp is legit. That this is a comp that I think a lot of teams I would expect to replicate. Because even when teams have VODs out on it, they're still finding success in these retakes. On the attacking side, they're still getting that control that they did. This KO Gecko combo is just so incredibly strong right now. And Sentinels, for my money, is the team implementing it the best.
We were even seeing it in the way that they were like constantly going after A main, right? They never really let them have any kind of space, any kind of freedom. I feel like with that composition is definitely like what you want to try and like exemplify here. And it worked out quite well for Zekin because my guy was feeding. He was having a good time out there. And even though...
You mean feasting?
He was feasting.
Feasting?
They were feeding.
I mean, yeah, no. Well, feed. I mean, you can still eat. Anyway, point is...
Let's just stick with the fact that Zekin was feasting.
Zekin was playing very good video games. But of course, not all that shocking given the hot run that he's on right here. Loud are definitely going to need to find a way to shut that down.
Oh, I think it's going to... I mean, Zekin is my GOAT. Right? And he's just played so well. I won't. He's just played so well, and I think, honestly, on the other side of things, TenZ has too. Right?
Yes,
like there's just something about Sunset he just shows up in a big way.
Absolutely. And for Zekken, you saw it there, 6-4 in head-to-head kills against QCK. That's at a main fight that we kept on seeing, that we keep on talking about, that is so important to the attack side of this map. Zekken was always winning it. We talk a lot about how good this combo is, how well it sets up the Raze player, but you still need a player with impeccable movement who picks the timing with their teammates' utility right on the money, and also has the aim to back it up, and that is just Zekken. He's so consistent on this duelist role, not just because he's an excellent player, but because his team sets him up for success each and every time.
Yeah, it really is, you know, like you don't put the I in team. It sounds cringe and really lame, but it's honest to God.
It is, but it's true.
It is, but it's still true, and Zekken exemplifies that 100%, of course, so this puts Loud a bit on the back foot here. Smix is standing by with the coach of Loud. Let's see what he has to say.
Smix here with Coach Peo after that loss on that first map. I know we're about to head into Split, but I have to ask, that map was, even though it ended up being a loss, it felt like it was really close, and it was without question that Loud continued to play without fear. What are the biggest learnings, and what are you going to be doing heading into Split?
Mesmo sendo uma derrota, a gente viu que a Loud foi valente no mapa e buscou a vitória, né? O que você acha que vai acontecer agora no Split?
Eu acho que foi um bom jogo, muito mérito da Sentinels também, do que eles estavam fazendo no mapa. Acho que a nossa postura foi boa. Agora é Split, a gente já ganhou deles uma vez, a gente tem mais ou menos uma ideia do que a gente pode fazer agora, do que eles estão mudando, né, pra esse jogo. E a confiança total, que a gente já virou várias séries e vai ser mais uma.
Yeah, we did a good job, but they were better than us. But we already played against them on Split, so we are expecting to win this one because we know kind of what they do.
Amazing to hear that confidence. Best of luck on map number 2.
Let's not forget the last time, as we heard the coach say, they played, yes, it was a win, 13-11 in favor of Loud, but does history repeat itself here, Doug?
I think it's interesting to hear how he ended that interview when he said, we know how they play, we know what they do. Dog, you knew how they played and you know what they did on Sunset.
Yeah.
You still lost, right? And you think about how good of a performance Sentinels had on Split, what, 24 hours ago? Now 12 hours ago, that math doesn't add up. And they were so dominant on that map.
Yeah.
Preface, I love Brazil, I love Brazil, I love Brazil. Now the point. I think that the win that Loud got on Split last time was off of individual performance and big moments from players. Clutches, rounds that Sentinels should not have lost. Not necessarily an excellent game plan in that second half. I think that Sentinels right now is the best team in the world on Split. Their mid-rounding on this map is excellent. Their protocols are on point. They play around the solo initiator beautifully, and they have a ridiculous number of looks on how they play the retake. That's the easiest thing to focus on this defensive side. Sentinels will rip you apart if you let them play their retakes.
And I think if QCK continues to struggle going up against Zekken, the long day is only going to get longer. They're only going to have a harder time. If they cannot create space with how tight chokeholds are and how important map control is on Split, it's going to be rough.
It took Sadaka and QCK having a ridiculous second half to salvage Split the last time these two teams played. We need to see a better game plan against this Sentinel Split. No one, in my mind, has been able to shut it down yet.
Yeah, well, the coach... Coach of Loud seems quite confident going into Split, but if you are a Sentinels fan, you have to be feeling quite good about Sen's chances. It's time to find out who walks away with the dub. Let's send it back over to your casters, Vansili and Riv.
Definitely, the coaching staff of Loud seems to be very confident going into the second half, but I'm pretty sure Zelsis is also very confident for this match too, because he talked about it in an interview, in their winner's interview yesterday when they qualified. Like, Loud got a little bit lucky on that one, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that again. So we'll see if they're going to be able to polish things up and not see their heroic plays that Mimi mentioned that Loud brought out for them to capitalize on that second half the last time these two teams met against each other.
It was wild. Sadak finished that game, the last 2 rounds with 7 kills, a 3K in one, a 4K in the next. Like the caster said at the time, they just wanted to end that game. It was over and he decided it. I am so excited we get them back on Split for the rematch though, because they did test each other. They pushed each other to the max. Sentinels had things that could take Sadak out of vent, yada yada. We get to see it all in play right now. Oh, QCK straight up to vent to start.
They are quick. Again, no pun intended. Damn it.
You're trying.
Trying to take control now towards the A tower, and it's a late split for Loud as well. You see both Les and Kawanzine holding passively towards the A main. See no pressure. They can once again take control of A Heaven. And then maintaining A Heaven control has been the name of the game on this very map in this meta. Still a player holding towards the back of the site though. Zelsis is hiding behind the map through 2 cages, through an orb. A snakebite gives his position away, trying to look for a trap through this trip. But it's Kawatzin that breaks it, runs through, and scores first. A 1-for-1 though as Tens is low on HP. Spike finally going down as Sasi is on that flank on the A main. Les has fallen, so the control on the A Heaven is going to be a little bit more difficult, especially when Tuis falls. Giving an opportunity for Sentinels to bombard utility. Nades and a flash. Trades off towards the back. Fault line not able to come out as 10 swings from the elbow and Sentinels win a pistol.
Sentinels take the pistol. A lot going on in that round. Loud, very confident in their movement. Nice find to be able to get all the way through vents towards A Heaven and Waterfall in. And then comes again the Sen retake. They gather together, able to take out the sides, extremities, and basically everybody meets towards the top side of sight for that flash from Sasi to come in. 2 from Heaven, 1 screen. But they are patient on that retake. And a big play there as well, insight from Zelsis, to be able to even deny those few seconds, allow the B rotation to be a little bit closer so they are in position there. It took them a bit to get Zelsis out of the sight. 1-4 here. Loud will slow work their wall up here towards the vent area, I believe. Sasi says not so quick.
A 6th Sense gets the pick. That's a Sky down for the attack, but Fault Line pushes him away. Les, meanwhile, did get an entry to trade it back towards the top of Heaven. So Sasi's in a tough spot, but he's been good in this very spot before. Trying to isolate a 1v1 as Kawatzin and his teammate pushes in. Double shot and even a 145 damage.
Oh my gosh.
Sheriff and the snake fight. Good shots coming out, but the utility's even better for Sentinels to answer right back. That spike down out in the open, 1 versus 3, but Tuis does have a Sheriff. Zelsis is low, Zekin is low. This is doable.
Sunset deja vu with that nade. Oh my word. And really nicely done, because I'm sure John Cutie said, somebody's destroying my trips in B. Let's just hit whoever is in sight. So those mollies and grenades, a very high chance to be hitting their target, and that they did. But what can Tuis do here? 2 one-shots, and he has to connect with John Cutie twice if it's not the head.
He had a lot of time to work with. A minute on the clock before he made it towards the line of scrimmage of the A side, but a camera refresh for John Cutie, allowing for them to get ready for a triple swing on a contact. Tui's still looking to move forward. 18 seconds left on the clock. There's that contact. There's one on one end, but was not ready for a second on the top of Heaven.
You see what these rounds mean, though? Yeah, while there was the win there, John even wanted to drop those weapons. And the win would have been the big W. Sen not letting it happen again, though. Able to pick up that round. Still losing a few members, though. So not too bad. Loud still do some chip damage to that economy. And now we'll see full Vandal buy across the board for them if they can start to take this. Wanting more. They're saying, just give me a few more. A few more. They know they need it here against Sentinels.
Which is surprising, too, that Loud decided to pick the attack side first. Yeah. Sentinels' very strong defensive halves on this map.
Screen down.
So now they have to try to work something. Getting a plant maybe would have helped them a little bit more in the further rounds, but at least they still have a gun round now. 3rd round on the board for split, but Ten's long range with a stinger. Laser beams QCK. Wow. Allows Sentinels to get the power play.
That was like, oh, they're still going to be. I was going to say, that's a trap play to mid, but it really only needed the smoke to drop and Tens to be there. They were all ready to back him up, though, if it need be. Now the rotation back to a bit of a 3-2.
Yeah, that's something that probably Brendan would say. They have Tens! They have Tens!
And they do. I mean, just pushing out with a stinger as well, knowing you're going against the full buy round, didn't even phase him. Knows he can hit the headshot, get the aim punch, and finish it, as it were. Paranoia still there if they want to play the retake more so. And they are going to find A being a little troublesome here as Loud takes the side.
He misses snake bite, so Sasi has to fight alone. Finally, Zelsis swings out, doesn't care about being vulnerable. It's a 1-for-1, but the advantage is still for Sentinels. Less than Tuis. They've done this before at a disadvantage. The first one to fall is Sasi. Ooh. Almost gets that tap in. 1 HP. Pink Shells once again. Is it a touchdown? But Tens doesn't care. Swings in for the kills with the stinger. first and last 2 kills of this round as Sentinels win the bonus.
Man, Tens picking up. You're not even gonna say, oh, he's for the ultimate. No, Tens is just heating up. That's as good as having an ultimate all the time. And he is cleaning up with that stinger. Opening kill on the round, final 2 kills on the round. Tens is let loose right now. A low buy again for Loud here. And they have not had a good time once they get to the site, Vansili. It seems like Loud needs to figure out a way again to start chip damaging Sentinels before they get to the site. Get this utility out of their hands because the retake is just too strong. Okay, ramp control here for Loud. Just try and pressure, try and get Sentinels to move, dislodge them from the original starting spots. And coming up from the vent, could get a kill here onto Zelsis.
Or the drops as Zelsis goes back up. There's a smoke for him to hide behind the Viper wall. Makes it out of safety, so timing's out, but at least a stinger through 2 smokes puts Zelsis down.
That's crazy, Vance. Sentinels, oh, nice shot into Tens.
Yeah, that's crazy. Sentinels are losing players with a buy here. From a Loud, a lower buy that they have. Finally, the anchor towards the back of the site. Swings for 2. Sadak looking to trade it out. QCK was there.
2v3.
Looking for a timing. Made it through, but QCK falls a 2v2. 40 seconds left on the clock. Spike is still up, so they actually managed to take it back and move forward. But John Cuty's right on top of me, not allowing Loud to leave anywhere else.
As Rob Moore would say, this kid can frag. Holy moly, and he does. Calling the shots, fragging the shots as well. And the interesting thing I wanted to mention about that round, Sentinels used that exact strategy to kill Sadak when he had a judge and vent the last time they played. So Loud's like, oh, this strat? Let's do it. 4 up ramp, 1 through mid. Zelsis gets out. And Sentinels still find a way to come up with a round, even with a cheeky little trap play there from Loud. All right. Loud has been collecting these timeouts once they have Rolling Thunder a bit. A few ultimates to use here. How do they procure the W, though, on the next round? Saucy, as much as Sen want to play back, they can. Again, you're going to have your cabbages going out whenever you want. Seekers are going to find Loud, and they could take 40 seconds into the round. Sentinels will still be comfortable knowing they have the right position. So Loud really trying to figure out what can we do to get Seekers out? How can we work the map so it doesn't affect us? Maybe that audible, maybe the Sadak mid round here gonna come into play now that we're back on a full buy and a chance for Loud to get back in. Very reminiscent of Sunset. Sen is starting so hot on these maps and Loud is calling an early timeout. Rinse and repeat here, deja vu.
Exactly. Money is bought all the way down. Ultimates to work with, full armor. This is a heavy investment for Loud this time around and an opportunity to swing it back in their favor. They lose this one here, potentially Sentinels could take a 6 seconds or a lead.
Another
and you don't want
handful.
that to snowball for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Looking how things starts off though, when we look at this Rolling Thunder, they're not really trying to set something quick. Even Spike is dropped, trying to avoid flashes at the beginning of the round. Wall comes up on the attack. There's no answer for Sentinels. So for Sentinels, they're staying quiet on their positions of where they're trying to hold the A site.
Yeah, they have options, right? They're keeping Kawazine in a nice fault line position. They can go for ramp if they need to in a bit, or they can go for something else. We see that fault line coming back off a cooldown, so it wasn't an initial push from Sentinels. Giving safety here to both Sadak and Les. So that's one guiding light, one trailblazer now used over towards the right side of this map. I think this might activate your B side. A little start to walk in. And they just get the cam.
And the pressure on both ends. So they're actually didn't even break the cam yet for Loud, but it did the smoke, and actually the Trailblazer came up, and that's actually quite crazy because not only did the camera didn't break, the Trailblazer did not break the trip, but it got pinged out here by Sadak as he dogged up. So Loud's gonna have to be ready once they start hitting a site. If they want to split towards the A site through this Rolling Thunder, just get ready so you can break this trip and not get sprayed by Zekin's position.
Loud are really trying to get the Seekers out right now, and Saucy is not giving it. Here we go for the Rolling Thunder into the site. It's gonna still be the retake from Sens.
30 seconds. The flash into Seekers does not allow it to get QCK's kill on Saucy, but swings out still for that one. Second on the top of the heaven side to drop 2 of his own. Spite let it get picked up once again. Nice shot by Les. A second one of the second, turning it around back in favor of Loud. It's only Zelsis by himself. First contact against QCK. And there's that second swing from Tui's. Not hunting down towards the heaven side, but Loud definitely, instead of playing protocols, just won the fight.
They had to at that point. I mean, as the clock runs down, you don't get much more room to work. You're gonna have to go, and you're gonna have to accept that Seekers will find that out. Great push through. Flashed and denied by Seekers. Loud still get the ground they need and are finally able to push forward out of the site. Not allow Sen that setup that they've been getting. Unfortunate. 4-1 now. Loud feeling good though. Very fortunate for them. Ultimate for QCK, just one away here if they can focus an orb. And definitely a light at the end of the tunnel to start grabbing more rounds. Obviously a buy here for Sen. They had quite a bit of money to go through with those first 4 rounds. And this is a default we see Loud go to a lot. They'll set up in this 2-2-1. QCK will now push up towards the vent. Sadak behind, but they don't have time.
What a read here by Sentinels. Showstopper does not get any kills yet, though. You saw the idea out from Loud, but we'll hold that thought for a bit. Paranoia for Loud to try to re-engage for control inside Garage. And finally, as it slows down, you could see it. The Trailblazer came out from Sadak, and he just waited at the corner with this dog up towards middle, hoping to bait the Showstopper out towards middle. But then Sentinel's like, hey, no, we're going to take the extremity instead, and almost caught a few off that Showstopper.
Everybody trying to flip the timing right now. Sadak, oh my gosh. Oh, he's being watched.
3 players are looking back. They knew the orb was coming down. Sadak finally spotted, and he's in heavy trouble.
Yeah.
Easy pickings here for Zekin as Don Cutie's anchoring towards the back of the site. Cage coming out, trying to get the hat out. Beatboxing around the map here as the rest of his team is able to clean it up from behind.
Just Cypher walking around there, trying to find his hat, trying to find a body. But he just could not. He just couldn't find that nook. All right, 5-1 as we come up on to round 7. Zekin 9-2-1. I feel like there has been a lot of showstoppers out of Zekin just this series. Pressuring it. That one from Loud really well absorbed. Understanding that would go into mid or from B main. They could rotate back around to mid. But Sentinels just seem to have the read after the initial play again.
Zekin's been a nuisance towards the top of that A heaven side. And Loud can't seem to really push him away from that spot. And as they try to go for control towards the A ramp, this time a slight change of pace. Ten's trying to play that aggressive position up towards the A ramp. Doesn't even care about the satchels. And QCK falls as well. So you see sometimes it's aggressive from Loud, sometimes it's slow on the A ramp. And even the positioning is well read from how Sentinels want to play it. Ten's and Zekin known for anchoring quite well on that A heaven side.
Cover going out.
Already. Loud working numbers down here. Sentinels is not making anything easy for Loud. I think this is what we see from Sen, right? If we had Tens on bind, they'd be pushing extremities everywhere. The Sen comp for split means they stay back. They crowd together, they retake together. Being able to flip styles and identities like that, I think makes Sentinels so strong. And hard for teams to read that aggression.
Oh, the trip across 2 easy ones for Saucy.
Down A.
Saw the idea there, and that link lurk.
30 seconds
Not
left.
going to do too much. Okay, at least that kill onto John Cutie, winning that fight. Rare moment there for the IGL of Sentinel sign. You definitely see here with 18 seconds left. Phantom in hand. So just going to try to save it. But the idea for Loud was trying to go for just basic utility, hit that A side. The one pesky trip, not breaking that utility from the John Cutie side on that A site, allowing the anchor player of Saucy, so good, back of sight, flower pots.
Yeah.
Hell, like he's so good in all of these rounds that we've seen Sentinels play. Their defensive side on split so far.
If we think back just to the round Zekin blasted into B main, we were almost about to talk about Loud setting up their default again, right? Partially through the round, Loud want to set up a default. It's kind of telling to just look at that scenario and say, Sentinels doesn't want Loud to do default anything. They're not giving Loud time to default anything or get the benefit of defaulting anything. they are really messing with how Loud approaches the game here. One of them is just staying back, staying safe, and making the retake that much stronger. So Loud try to put the game in their hands. One of our first fast blast packs up here, that was facilitated by Kalenzin's breach fault line.
Staying alert, staying safe, and
that's
this
what they
time to
need.
swing towards heaven. Even though you had the same type of conditioning that it's Zekin out there outside that window of the A side, this time it was TenZ trying to hold it out, but you saw the crosshair placement from Loud side. Instant entry and advantage for the attack.
Slow play, denial, delay right now coming in. Just so Loud can't complete the strategy they want, but they're also happy to see some of this util from Sentinels, lessening the power that they're going to have to deal with as they enter A site. It looks like it might be a commit to B. Oh, no, okay, we see Kalensin start trolling down the sewers and the rotation back over.
Yeah, they're definitely gambling this rotate back towards that B side. Seekers coming out just to keep those players anchored inside B. That's going to make it difficult for Zelsis. Couldn't find any surprise kills. No trap coming across on this B side hold. I was going to say potentially they're going to try to save their weapons here, but look at that instant rotate back from Sentinels. 27 seconds left. And Zelsis is trying to find a timing.
This is it. They crowd together. All the power in one spot from screens.
They still have a dog and a flash, so that's going to help them get information. And already preemptive utility
delay
used by Loud for the pulse plant. There's the aftershock coming through, forcing a dog to fall back.
Yep.
There's that flash to swing out, and QC gets the first pick. That's definitely going to be for the last two to take.
It's kind of like you first. Never mind. No, we don't want any of that. Loud. What a quick round by them, but let's look at how they took it. It is one of theirs. A spray from Les, that opens up. That's a 5v4 that's legit. Another spray coming through the smoke isn't something you can replicate, but the speed Loud took on that round is what kind of gets Sentinels off kilter there. Loud can do that again, so definitely seeing that speed is playing to their favor. QCK is going to have ultimate after this, so off the rip, we might get it again from Loud, and I think that's the way they should go.
And I love that slight adjustment from Loud. A simple just push towards that window side, because when you're looking at where the anchor player towards the A side, usually Sasi, is just waiting towards the back of the map, playing behind the trip, so you don't really have too much presence on screens or elbow. So they just want to gamble it there when the wall comes down for Loud to get the pick, and the gamble pays off. For Sentinels, are you going to try to readjust on this? And it starts off early. I mean, Sasi's already at the entrance here, looking to potentially flash for info. The knock comes out for the first time too, and we talk about that line of sight, right? And look at TenZ. Instead of being towards the E heaven, he's opting out down the straight line from screens towards the entrance of that A site.
There's a check, making sure the Viper wall that just went up and down from Les did not provide any movement. A 1-3-1. A lot of options for Loud here. They can actually call any audible they want. A very flowing strat to go through vent or B main here, or mail rather.
And Mail has a lot of utility, looking to get that showstopper out for control. Denied right away. What? Gets two.
What? That was like a
second
from the grave.
Is insane.
What?
One straight bullet probably before he fell down.
Seriously, yeah.
Boom, that's two down, and already the pit out on the defense. Although Loud is still trying to commit into this. Spike is still up on the back of Sadat. Zels is holding behind here, the double box. Trying to wrap around, waiting for the tap of the Spike. Three players just trying to clear out the pit, and it never checked that corner. So everybody's dwindling down on HP. Left. Now the plant comes down. Zelsis still holds it, giving a chance here for Sentinels to roll across. Even the hat comes out. There's that kill from Zelsis. They spot the last two players. The lurk is not even going to work. Last one now pinged out. 2Es on the top of B heaven. The flash to swing. The defuse is starting, and the kill comes in for John Cutie. 7-2.
A round you can chalk up to New Jersey's finest. Oh, what a double. Double kill from heaven. Zekin's season has been unreal right now. They talked about him on the desk in between game 1 and 2. He has been putting up numbers, but also you put him in situations where you should see a player going down with no kills. He'll come up with 2. He'll come up with the unreal play. and it's just wearing away at Loud that they can't get past this kind of stuff right now.
Flick of the day.
Flick of the day. We would bring it back for something like that, honestly. Operator still there. Sentinels feeling very much in control of this game, receiving each one of Loud's strats so far. So what is next? Tui's gets the op. We got double Omen Operator on the map right now. Less with the ult if they can gain ground into a site, and maybe even try to flex with it to put it down first.
And that's rare too. Usually it's used on the defensive side for QCK, and Tui's makes that work though. Once again, a high gamble that pays off for a power play for Loud, but they still have to go through some heavy firepower of Sentinels here. But Tens is alone towards the A side, only has that off to work with. A push down from Zelsis, so we're trying to go for, again, those one and dones. Hoping to get two, hoping to get information as well.
I think he gets a mid lurk. They go all the way around. Loud is being very safe here.
I think Zelsis just turned, so he might have heard him across.
Got that little step.
Yeah.
If they make any noise on ramp, he'll know.
There you go. Allows Tens to inch out a little bit more, get that pick. Zekin to join him towards the back of the site. There's a second shot there, and he's been good in this position as well. Paranoia on both ends, not allowing the push forward. A TP backwards as well. But then finally, QCK and Les comes in. They traded out 2 versus 2. Zelsis too far to throw the snake bites down to deny the plant. John Cutie to meet up with him as Les gets the ult out to control the elbow, and both moving towards the screen.
That's a wild amount of ultimate right there, pushed out a bit because of the column, giving him much more room to play with here. What do they have too? They could Viper Bite elbow and try to make their way in, watching just the entrance to sight from the top side here.
But that boom bot gives a clue here. Oh, that players are coming across the wall bang after. But the second one is nowhere to be found. We're just sticking the spike right now, and Zelsis will get the defuse.
At the beginning of this map, we said Sentinels somehow gets these in-sight sticks on the defuse. They take the site with members of the opposing team still alive to force them out of their position where they feel safe. That was out of the ultimate. And I think Loud also predicted they might find some utility at elbow. Both swing out middle site, and that's all they wrote. Sentinels stick to defuse again. It's becoming all too common. And they get the round. 8-2 now for Sentinels. It's not the same comeback that Sunset had for Loud, that's for sure.
I feel that there's a moment of pressure there for Loud too on that 2v2.
Ouch.
Well, ouch. No, it's a beautiful fall. And Zelsis once again using incredible that the fault line is cosmetics. QCK falls for this heavy pressure that Loud is trying to get towards middle. Sentinels are crunching back in, looking to fight back. Sadak is stuck behind the box. The satchel's coming out. Zelsis with a jump kill. Doesn't care. Twerks away.
Sentinels is not allowing Loud to play the game right now. Continuously pushing up, finding their own fights. Pushing Loud out of their own strategies constantly. Here to reset, try again, less. Mechanically gifted, ready to open up on any members that peek, but Sentinels stay hunkered down, trading each other and ready on these hard angles. Look at even all the way out of A. At this point, usually you have members anchored in sight, but they're not giving Loud any opportunities.
Exactly, they got active information. The camera's watching everything from A main and also towards heaven. They just flashed towards the garage as well, coming out from Saucy. So now the only positions that they could think of is
30 seconds left.
Vents or rotate back towards A main, holding outside of the radius of that camera. It's not going to be easy for Loud to take a position, so you already see it still anchoring up now towards the middle.
Yeah, this is
giving up this round,
Save for sure. Knowing the ultimates are there, Zekin could easily just pop in. Seems like he has ults on rerun right now. Just more in his pocket once he uses it. And
which gives me an opportunity to talk a little bit about that pressure I was talking about and falling on those slight mistakes. It was a 2v2 where they boombot outside of their own pit to give their positions away. And that's something that they're going to have to clean up here if they want to play against a Sentinels that looks so polished this kickoff in this year, in this season of the VCT Americas.
I don't think we've really, we've seen it before, but it's uncommon to see a team be able to play to their win conditions so much and not have it affected really at all by their opponent. They're able to switch something so slightly and it keeps the flow going. Look at that, that's Mance. Mance getting a head scratch right there. It's a cute cat. All right. There's some lore for you as we get back into the game. Final round here. Can Loud pick up a third one and stave off a quick 2 rounds or 3 if Sen can grab pistol the second half? Are we going to explode?
Exactly. A rare full-out explosion towards the B side.
Yeah.
Sentinels just holding back, using the camera, looking to pressure up, trap towards the male instead. Plant coming down for B main. Seekers out as well. Instant retake attempt. QCK surprises one, but second comes out with a showstopper. Following, the Seekers gets denied. Les is out towards the pillar, gets a pick. Look at that TP for the flank from Toons as well. Things are looking good here for Loud on the post plant. A high-low stack now towards the dumpster. Paranoia and Flash coming through. The high-low is good for that first pick. Ten's looking to trade it back. Looking left and right. Through the Viper work to get the pick. But John Cutie now in a clutch situation. Remember that TP I talked about before? Not even needed this time around. Kawazine winning his 1v1, allowing the half to finish 9-3.
They finally get that third round, and it is a huge one. Sentinels had the read the whole time. It took Loud everything they had in the tank to get these rounds, to hold the site, to get themselves the victory there. And we could see just in the final rounds how Sentinels would make Loud work for it over and over. We're not seeing Loud dive in off the back of QCK, and Sentinels know that. QCK isn't getting these huge blasts, and it requires the team, and it's been tough for them.
When I know that, we have Loud fans that are loud in the back, but you know who's louder than that? Smix with Mama and Grandma Zekin.
Thank you very much, Ben Silly. I'm so lucky to be standing here with 2 superwomen who are responsible for our superstar duelist on the Sentinels in Zekin. To my left, I have Grandma Zekin, and to my right, I have Mama Zekin. Grandma Zekin, it's such a pleasure to have you here.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to watch the 2 unfavorable team, the Loud and Sentinel. They are good.
This has been such an amazing match. How cool is it for you to not only see the team perform so well, and of course not only see Zekin do so well, but to also see so many fans in the audience that have your grandson's face on the signs, his name?
Maybe I'm the oldest audience here because I think that Zachary at the age of 3, I'm playing with him. The bowling, the tennis, and everything. Yep. And then the other one, the Minecraft and everything. Pokemon.
So you heard it here first. If you want to have a superstar grandson, play games with them at the starting the age of 3. Mama Zekin, before we let you guys go, I heard you talking about how important this game means, not just, again, for your son, but of course for the Sentinels to make it to the first global event in years. What would it mean for you to see them make it?
We're very proud of Sentinels and the whole North America. For me, we love Sentinel since day one. All the fans, let's go USA! Woo!
Let's go USA! Ben, Silly, and Riv, back to you guys.
Of course, gonna let that breathe a bit. Of course, starting those chants. The fans behind Sentinels, and yeah, I'm probably gonna get those games too with minivans so that I could see him play just like Zekin now. But
absolutely.
Speaking of him, 12-6 so far. The spray transfer that we saw that was sick on that first half, when they were playing against the showstopper of QCK on that opener. Sentinels taking the lead now by 6, taking the attack side a split, where Loud still also has a pretty decent split side on defense. An opportunity to fight back, and the fight starts for mid control.
Look at this wall. Loud's put up. The Sentinels will have to weave through a bit if they do want to take a B-male control. Jump peaks to come through. Yeah, Sadak would love to save those guiding lights and trailblazers.
Yeah, Sentinel wins that one rather. QCK and Sadak low on that HP, and even Sentinel's resetting in the mid-round, pivoting towards this A side, but still having a couple of players lurking towards B.
Yeah. Smoke delay just coming out of Tui's there. He's going to take A ramp control just for now. And this is going to give Loud the thought that they can rotate over towards that B. side. If Celsius can sell this, oh, okay, the noise is already there from A.
Yeah, that Trailblazer comes up, trying to find a timing as to who is spamming with his ghost through that smoke.
Good
Try to
rotation
catch
from
a
Loud.
reload, yeah. Dog finds information towards B main, but there's a beautiful flash for a double swing. And it looked beautiful as a rotate for Loud. They're looking for the pressure towards middle as well. And we mentioned 2 lurkers on Sentinel's side. John Cootie punishing that push from Loud. Already a 5 on 3. As the Satchels comes in and will have a secured plant for Sentinels in the second pistol of split.
Ooh, tough entry there. You'll get Sadak back over. No utility to get back in this one, so it's just going to be the 3 members to help with a fault line.
Yeah.
5 of Sentinel. So a quick take by Sen with a little bit of pressure around the map, knowing what rotations might be coming through and just playing this wall a little bit.
And that small pressure that you mentioned towards that B side kept Sadak the whole round pretty much.
It's a great
Took
point.
a couple of seconds before he actually rotated back with the rest of the team to move in this A side for the attempt at the retake that will get fully denied by Sentinels, only losing Saucy in the process.
Yep. Pulling those members to anchor the site longer than they need to. Sentinels seem to have such a read on what Loud does right now. See what happens. The Sheriff here for less. Feeling pretty good with a bit of that money as we watch the replay. Just combined retake. Get back into their spike. And Sentinels find that first round. So Loud did grab 3. It kind of takes the pressure off of losing that pistol, but it never feels good to not get the start. 2 Buckies going in for Loud here, trying to play it close to the chest and hopefully get some of these angles right on top of Sentinels. They're going to work the wall still with a bit of hesitation on the left side of the map to see if Loud wants to push.
You've been pinging it out?
Yeah, that's going to be one of their big things coming into the gun rounds if Loud cannot get extremity control.
And this is where you start understanding the playstyle of Loud. Lower buys that they usually have shotguns to work with. This time 2 Buckies for Kalazine and Sadak. So as soon as the fault line came out, instant wall, instant camera, just to try to spot players running through. And as nothing really happens, they're playing around this map, around the A site. And it really kind of leaves Kalazine pinned here in this position. So then the pressure comes back towards less. The Trailblazer now spots Kalazine, who goes for another fault line. The long range there finally connects. Oh! Something take down Zekin. There's that bait, allowing Les to just swing out from the back of the map. Beautifully done for the crossfire setup for Loud. It was looking pretty good for Sentinel so far, but somehow the heroic plays comes out.
2v2.
30
QCK
seconds
and
left.
Tui's only with pistols. A plant for heaven. Both players though falling back in the back of the A site. 2 flashes still available for Saucy. This still a pretty good position now for the attack post plant.
What a second round. Are they really going to steal this away?
Remaining.
Not at this point.
No,
Only
just
Tui's left.
dwindled.
Paranoia though might give an opportunity to isolate 1, but it's a double swing right after. Nice little beat here, allowing to get the kill and at least stop the pressure that Loud was almost converting there on the Thrifty.
That got sketchy, and Sentinel's buys will still be pretty sketchy coming into this round due to those frags from Loud. But Loud needs to start securing the rounds. They're not really even able to cycle ults like we see Sentinels doing on their rounds, so the advantages aren't also coming from those factors. It is just tough for Loud to find a way in. This gun round, however, could start that momentum.
I think it was dialing all the games that Grandma Zekin was talking about here.
Yeah.
The next Zekin.
Yeah. I mean, he was doing jump map before this too, just getting the vibe, getting his movement down. We know Zekin's movement is one of the prime things he's known for, so always doing that. Here he goes.
No satchels behind the flash though. Zekin couldn't get that kill, but there's that Sadak Judge. Avoids it, but you saw the stun turning back, so it's a fake to turn around and actually stun him to get the kill. Beautifully done by Sentinels. Tui's now out in the open. Zekin is the one satching across with his own Judge. Opening up the B site, a plant for main, 10s on the boxes, looking towards the spawn. There's only less so far, as his other teammates, well, it feels like they're leaving him for dead. They're still holding towards middle and A main as 10s picks up the kill.
it's an absolute masterclass right now from Sentinels across these two maps. With the way they took Mail, let's just think about that. The Trailblazer goes through, and you think it's a Vandal that would verse a Judge, but no, Tens gets a Guardian kill on the Judge that's waiting, that did not even get stunned. Like, that is crazy. The things you think should fall to the wayside for Sen are going in their favor, because they're all behind each other on these calls, and they are making it work as a team. An incredible team coming into the season.
Important kills to save now for QCK and Kawadzin, where John Cutie is moving forward with his teammates. Putting the camera up, spotting that raise, and there's that pinch from the other side too. Towards the ropes. One to fall, the second one stays alive. So at least it kept a stronger weapon alive. That's QCK, the duelist with the Vandal. But it's still map point though, nonetheless, for Sentinels.
Map point with Icebox in the mix next. See this play once again. Just after talking about how Zekin is vibing, is feeling it. He gets a nice jump and drift in there into B site to open it up with the Judge. They have so many options, so many variables. I don't think we've really seen the same round from Sen here on attack as they've been moving from that 9-3 score line.
You're hoping to get something done here with that Vandal from QCK. The Force Buy, of course, coming through for Loud, so the two strongest weapons is two Vandals to work with. But it's spread thin here on the defense. Thin also on utility with 1:15 left on the clock. There's no paranoia. Only one flash left from Sadak. Thankfully, Kawadzin is still there to support towards the A side with his own flashes and breach utility. So all they're trying to do right now on the A side is trying to delay with that util and go for the crossfire setup on the top of mid.
It makes sense. I mean, use your fault line to get it back. Create an opportunity with it the first time, and they try to get a quick peek towards mid. So Kawadzin relying on that to be back and probably timing it just right, that they'll have this A-hold as they get over to the right side of the map. It is going to be the lurk from Saucy, this vent lurk again. We keep seeing in the 1-4, and it becomes such a big kingpin for the round. Saucy fakes towards B main. Seekers are out, and they're going to start moving
30
here.
seconds left.
There it is. Oh, absolutely ridiculous. They're so far behind enemy lines, Loud doesn't even know.
Just because of that pick that allows that pick to happen for a second on as one was falling back. Now players are falling down towards the A side. Kawadzin alone. Guardian cannot hold the doors.
10 seconds
There's
left.
only one left, 2 east. B site, Guardian as well. No flash, as we mentioned. Sentinels a full roster on the post plant. It's looking like a done deal. He's even walking the whole time. They've respected Sentinels so much on these lurks, off these post plants. Just probably look to pad some stats up here. There's that first one. 10's low HP. And there's that swing out. Finally getting that last pick. Sentinels are one map away of winning the kickoff here in Americas.
They would love those points. Right now, they are racking them up from round to round. Every member participating here from Sentinels to keep it going. And we're going to be going to Icebox next, Van Silly. Something we don't have too much footage there for Sentinels, since they're the ones who usually ban it or have previously banned it too and haven't had to see themselves on it.
I actually spoke to Kaplan and Drew. They're like, we didn't sleep too much. We still want to prepare to try to win this one as well against Loud. We have some tape, we have some footage. So I'm looking forward to see what Sentinels has cooking up. But Loud, hopefully here, is looking to cool down Sentinels' amazing performance on Icebox. And that's coming up next.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plans Verizon. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Good times keep on rolling for Sentinels as they are now up 2-0 in this grand final for the VCT.
Because at the start of this tournament, when the first two times we watched Sentinels play this split map, I was honestly kind of unimpressed with this Skye. I felt like he was wasting utility a lot, not totally warmed up to the new changes to Skye. But he has had a 180 in the late stages with the Skye gameplay. The util was absolute perfection, holding it for just the right timings on split. And when he plays Gecko, he is electric as well. He is having a ridiculous series thus far, Christy.
He was the superstar for this team back on Sunset, right? You remember all the clutch rounds he was able to get, just absolute putting up numbers.
23 and 13.
Yeah, big old numbers. But then also, like you were saying on this map, while it was less flashy, you still have to take into context, like some of these rounds on defense, he was anchoring into the sites. I also loved, there was a moment towards the end of the game where he sets up this huge fake up into B heaven using Seekers and the flash to allow his team getting space on A. But it wasn't just that. He walked in and still got a kill, and that's what forced those Loud members to sort of give up their positions on A and fall straight into the crossfire of his teammates.
And again, there's no way you can understate how important his role is on both the maps we've seen thus far. Sentinel's comp on Sunset built around the util combos from the initiators. He knocks out the Park there. On Split, solo initiator. It's just that Skye, and he still steps up to the plate. He is an absolutely world-class initiator player who is having an even better match than normal here in the finals.
The way he cycles his utility on Split, especially to make sure he still has a flash in the mid-round, in the late round to have impact there. The way they call around, peeking forward to get information, even though it's all just on that Skye, is really, really nice.
It's honestly the reason why John's calling looks so cinematic.
Absolute cinema. All right, but here's the thing, though. Loud, they have been in this position before. And last time, wasn't really that great. They did get swept by Optic, and this is where things, Ender, are going to be quite problematic here, because not only do you have to, find your way back into this game, you got to win back to back to back, and that's going to be really hard with the way Sen's playing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But it's been a while since that sweep happened. More recently, it looked like they we're going to get swept versus Fnatic last year, and while the ending wasn't quite there, they did battle back. And the player I am looking at to step up when the going gets tough, especially moving on to the next map, Icebox, their pick, it has to be less. This guy is an absolute machine. Been a little bit quiet so far today, but if there's one player that Loud can rally behind, it has to be him.
You think of the historic finals from Loud. You think of Lock-in, you think of Champions 2022. You think of every big match this team has had, and a constant force in every one of those wins is less. He is a big match player. When he is in moments like this with the pressure on, he is excellent. Sometimes you'll see him take risks, go for plays, but it's almost always successful. The moments he chooses are make or break from his team, and now in a position where he's no longer the young guy, no longer the rookie on the team, who has been with Loud playing at the top level for literal years now. He needs another one of those performances if the Brazilian squad wants to come back.
100%. And focusing into this next map of Icebox for him, this is a map where he can have a huge impact on the attack. How can he control space into mid? How can his lurking affect those rounds? If he's able to get up into tube, get under tube, find an opening pick after breaking some Killjoy utility, a solo player in that position can work wonders for your team's macro.
He's the individual we need to see step up, but we also need to see a lot from the IGL Sadak. We have been giving him a lot of credit today because he deserves it. No IGL has had the consistency this guy has, but he's going to be up against the Sentinels, who are yet to show Icebox, and it's going to be
been a while.
We've seen a lot more variety recently on what teams pick on this map.
And when we saw Loud play on Icebox, it was against an EG that was playing the madness in the deadlock, right? Loud locked in the double smoke comp with Harbor and the Viper.
And they got it here.
They were crushing, right? Like Cow and Zine on the Sova was getting ridiculous kills through smokes. Tui's also had a phenomenal game.
Let's look at that other side. What will Sentinels lock in?
Because,
Gecko, Jet, okay. So
I
this map, you basically have 3 required agents, pretty much. You have the Killjoy, you always need that. You have the Viper, you always need that. You basically always need the Sova, but you can choose to sub out for the KO if you want to. So this is a Gecko KO combination. Those util combos are going to be absolutely critical for Sen.
Oh yeah, the Gecko dominates controlling B main space early on, and those combos for mid-trap plays on defense, next level.
Well, folks, the question is, will Sentinels close this out, or will Loud find a way to bounce back and dig deep? Let's send it back over to Vansili and Riv.
Thank you, GB. Indeed, only one map needed now for Sentinels to topple Loud from this series.
Unthinkable.
You know, Ender was talking about this at the desk where, you know, back in 2022, the sweep, Loud, Icebox is that map as well, where you saw the comeback for Fnatic and Loud losing. So this is going to be quite an interesting map right now for Loud to not only prove a point that they could claw back in the game or maintain or fight back, but also win an Icebox game under heavy pressure.
Looks like they're going to put the pressure on to start here. As you get on the map, we'll see some interesting purchases. Loud bringing the arsenal in. A double Sheriff buy here. A frenzy on Zadok as well. They're bringing some power. They're looking to clear people in 2 shots. So you expect those Sheriffs to stay close, hip to hip. Push up towards B. They're going to get 10s off of the site right away.
It's not only Sheriffs, but also a lot of Ghosts now. Basically, it's going to become a brawl.
Oh, he stays.
Fundamentals and trades staying over. All of them are blinded! Tens with 3 kills in the round. Last one to go. Finally denied by Tui's, but he's all alone. And Zekin, again, the... Twinsies come out to work.
And the last thing Loud wanted to see is a pistol round like that on map 3 from Sentinels. Absolutely incredible. Outlaw coming in as well. Holy crap, if 10s felt like he was online in the other games, this one just got turned online as well.
How does he find these timings? Remember the last time with an AWP in the smoke, getting some kills on split, Shorty coming through. This time, getting a perfect timing for this flash to blind everybody down on Loud's side and get a 3-piece of his own. He's gonna be a force to be reckoned with right now on this map. It's Loud trying to change the pace, aggressive now towards the A side. Saucy falls.
A quick pipe shot. You see both of the walls over towards B quickly going up. They're going to hit towards A, so they try to draw attention, and QCK is going to pick another one up. A second answers back.
Yeah, but then we have that ADS from Kawadzine picking up the bulldog that was left behind. Zekin falls. So the Outlaw will not be able to get picked up yet to allow these pawn shots to happen. You definitely do see Loud here. One shot having anything here with the Outlaw, or also just spamming with these rifles. The submachine guns. The Spectre to get the kill. But after that first initial push coming out from John Cutie, Loud seems to be in a very good position to hold this post plant.
Slow push in, back control the site. They just trade whatever they're defending right now, so Loud can fire all the way in. Okay,
that's a nice shot. John Cutie pushing 4-2 versus 1. It's up to Tui's alone once again, and now Wall's going to be annoyed to deal with. He gets the first kill. Celsius is trying to stick it, but Tui's gets the pick. The Red Bull clutch to tie up the game early on Icebox.
And Loud comes alive much earlier in this game. It has to feel good for them to find ground right now. The first 2 maps went 4-0, 5-0 before Loud answered back. Not this time. We're going to see him a little bit more hungry here as we get into round 3 after this replay. Loud feeling good after the second round bye to win after losing pistol. Still smiles, still vibing. Can never count Loud out. Cascade forward. Still working this wall onto B, but now they have Harbor's wall to take towards A as QCK, another first kill of the round.
Time for Sentinels to push out quick. And that Cascade was annoying to deal with. At least it got the kill out of that for Sentinels with the low buy that they have. Whole classics, actually. Just utility.
Yeah.
Really, the plan was trying to get 10s with an orb. A death allows for him to get the KO ult in the next round. For Loud, it's a reset. Using utility now to clear towards the A site. Dizzy throwing up a swing through the Viper wall. Beautiful kill from Kawadzine onto Zekin. And once again, nullifying the surprise attacks that Sentinels are trying to do. A little bit of pop shots, and it's replied. Tui's gets to pick up the Zelsis. This is looking clean right now for Loud's conversion of the Thrifty that it just got on round number 2.
Clean cut, clear. They take a site. They take down Sentinels for another round. Like you said, Sentinels buying classics. Seeing that a lot more from teams, able to fill up the utility. And it actually feels good because if you do go down with your classic, you have utility coming into this round now. So just get to dip into the pocket a little bit, and you already have what you need to be throwing at your opponent.
Utility and weapons for sure.
Right. Operator's going to be coming online here as we see Zekin spending a little bit more. Still quite a few away from the ultimate on Orb. So this hopefully coming into play for them. And see, once Loud figures it out, that might change their tune coming into this round. But they are going to go for this pressure quickly onto Long B here.
I think a dart miss, so it allows John Cutie to potentially get a surprise attack, but just saw that jiggle peek out. Lau falls back in instantly. One of those plays that Lau likes to do here is go aggressive, instantly stop, and try to re-hit right after. Get into timing out for the defensive side. Alondrone gets denied. Not too much information, but at least a Reckoning comes out to clear out the site. There's still players outside the perimeter, though, of this Reckoning on Sentinel's side. KO ult that we talked about before. Tens has now activated it. Flash being thrown. Tens falls down, becomes a camera, allowing John Cutie to get these 2 picks. Now off the post plant. There's a super late lurk right now from Les. 2 snake bites available. Wall is still up. Cascade now being thrown
nullifying
forward.
The off.
Exactly. Nullifying that, but also allowing here Tens to come back up. There is that res. 1 flash that could be huge right now to use for both of the defenders. Dizzy comes out. Tens gets ready to move forward. John Cutie gets the pick off the 2Es. The push for that flash allows Zelsis to get the pick. Les becomes the last player standing. Also dropped by Zelsis as Sentinels will get a flawless on the defuse.
Once they got Tens up, reset, they launched everything at yellow.
Yep.
We saw the entirety of Loud back there double taking on which corner they wanted to peek at and then trying to dodge the mollies that were hitting around them. Incredible hit. John Cutie finding 2 there was super big, making the rest of this less pressured on the side of Sentinels as they retook.
Also very nice to see, as we talked about, the stop and go that Loud is doing, that Sentinels could also do that on their retakes. Hey, the walls are blocking us, let's just res Tens.
Right.
And then we'll use more utility on the second wave.
Yeah.
So very well done. Good calls on the fly here from the IGLs. As Loud on Sadak's side is calling Loud to try to push very aggressively behind the Cascade and trying to clear out the A site. Once again, this KO from Tens continues to nullify the utility that Kalazin's trying to bring, allowing Zekin to be posted up and get the first blood against QCK.
They couldn't clear A site fully of the Opper. The Cascade forwards just waited out by Zekin, and then they fire back. Kawenzine able to trade now on to Tens.
Oh, utility! The launch goes on the ground, bounces off Les's head, who turns around and says, wait a minute, with another kill there. On to John Cutie, even if they're to dash away. The quad denied by Zekin, but Kawenzine is there for the trade. One slight mistake, and you saw how Sentinels just lost that round.
Yeah. Sentinels as well has been looking at a relatively timid timing from the Loud squad in all these maps. And you almost see that there as Sazi's ready to throw one and be like, they're still coming into, wait a minute, they're in sight. Yeah, that's the timing Loud's trying to play right now. Right in your face. Awesome stuff. Loud turning the heat up. Kawenzine now with the ultimate on the Hunter's Fury. We saw this being used a lot on Lotus right off the rip to deter something that the defense was doing or the offense was doing. And we'll see if it clears out the position of yellow or right under Ness where John Cutie was playing the other round. He doubled up. Focus towards B, less watching the rear here. And Sentinels are playing a little more timid after seeing Loud's aggression on that last round.
Even scaling behind here, the Alondrone. Once again, green control. Orb up for grabs. It seems as though we're trying to go for the quick yellow control. John Cutie just waiting. Posted up are 2 of his teammates around the corner, also watching flank under the tube.
Viper's pit up.
As they pick up the orb. So they have it available for less. There's a swing on both ends. Nano Swarm to delay Sadak from pushing forward and trying to get this plant down. Underhand flash, a swing out of that one. Blinds 2, Tens picks up the kill. Plant then comes down instantly though. Zelsis gets the kill onto Sadak. A 2 versus 4, disadvantage for Loud. Those 2 ultimates are still available, and we might try to delay as much as they can for Kawadzine's Hunter's Fury to do some damage. As that's one slight mistake there, Les is able to punish it. Then that pit could be very detrimental for the retake of Sentinels. Snakebite on the ground. Wingman's trying to defuse it so far. Les falls. And Wingman gets to defuse.
Van Silly, you mentioned something really awesome on the last round, is that the walls that we saw Loud beat EG with, using to encroach farther into territory, get the Snowman, push them off, are being used by Sentinels to pick up their util and their members.
Yep.
Saucy's able to throw a free Dizzy, recollect Dizzy with the Harbor Cascade or Wall Up, whichever one was there, and then they re-hit the site again, using Loud's walls against them on this B retake. We'll have to see how that gets switched up, or if Loud can pressure forward to not allow those walls to be so efficient for Sentinels. 3 ultimates here for Loud. We're back now to a tied one of our closest to the series here, as Sentinels ran away with the early rounds of the first few maps. Does not seem like Loud will let that happen here. A low buy on some members of Loud, but still those ultimates are what they want to execute.
Same type of play here.
Yeah.
Just trying to have Zekin give him an opportunity to get a op pick. Alondro knife comes out canceled, no information. So we're going back and forth. It seems like deja vu in round number 7. Will they be ready for Zekin posted at the same spot, looking towards the pipes? And yes, they are, because looks like Loud was trying to move down towards 410 instead. Saucy ready to greet them, though. Pushing forward, Sadak gets that pick onto Zekin to trade it off. Less with the lurk that they mentioned on the desk, but he gets spotted by the turret. And Zelsis is going to be on a 1v1 in that section. Meanwhile, though, able to get the lockdown up on the attack, which will potentially allow Loud to move in and get a plant.
Thrash already used on this. Great job by Loud to avoid that and be able to kind of skirt around that ultimate of Saucy. Here now, Sentinels with the retake. Loud, they are ready.
The knife is in the back of the site. Does not. Not spot anybody, so Sentinels could start working forward up the site. A trade-off that happens back and forth. Tui's again in a clutch situation against John Cutie and Tens. Tap on the spike. It's not really for him.
No.
So he has to lurk up, and that high tide is going to be annoying to deal with, but it was a tap. Tens gets the pick, the run across, and John Cutie wins that fight.
IGL coming up strong again. John Cutie, these situations that you put him in, you see him coming out on top quite a bit. And for pressure to be on a new player, it does not seem like it affects him all that much. Grabs the operator, they're gonna have that going into the next round, as that's been traded back and forth a little bit here.
You should run.
As we see this play right through window from Spawn. John picking up the first one. And just having to dislodge the rest of Loud out of the site here. Crazy to be able to come in 3v2, easily taking down the members there. John Cutie for the 1v1. Now ultimate's ready for him. Zelsis has the retake, so they can ensure this to be a next round. If they get that retake going just right. We look at the side of Loud, they're gonna call the timeout. Hunter's Fury is still there for Kalanzine. You have Bladestorm now coming up for QCK. What's the effect? Because we know the Loud comp isn't using QCK as Ospas was used, right? It's more flexible. They can do what they want, but also, if they want him to aggress, they can. How do they give him that space, though, with this composition? You're not really throwing flashes over a wall. You're not doing too much. You're not flashing anybody, to be honest. You're just breaking crosshairs.
And technically, for Loud so far on their attack, they can't do whatever they want. Because again, when it comes down to the initiator battle between Kalanzine, and Tens, that knife denies so much information for Loud to really try to gain that space to move together or even get some pings out. So Sentinel so far on the initial hits coming out from Loud, they could always stay posted up, really. Yeah. And you continue with the same great protocols that they have on the retakes. I mean, they've got 3 defuses so far in the 4 rounds that they won. Loud had to figure out a way to hold the pulse plants.
All right. Scattered low armor across both teams. Trying to get an upper operator shot here just to start off the round on some high lows. Very big pick from Zekin. He's gonna stay.
And he's got support there, Dizzy, to try to get more information. Instead, there's a second jump. Clobber is coming through, so they know the pressure is coming in towards Loud. But look at that instant pivot. 2 players now pushing forward towards the A side. The rotate coming across as well. Orb, which should soon be coming up towards middle here to allow for them to cross. Meanwhile, the same good old thing this time not being Sadak, because it's Kalanzine on this Sova, using the Alondrone to bait out the players of Sentinels out towards this B side, and they'll walk slowly towards A.
full retake setup now for that side. All Loud has to deal with is the ultimate, or sorry, utility from Zelsis, and that's just delay denial. Probably won't come up with too much. They'll be able to wait this out, and the Reckoning lets them know this space is free. QCK and goes even further.
Here.
Got a Hunter's Fury if they want to use it here, unless QCK could do something. Actually, he's so out of position, Kawadzin. Not going to be able to use it. So he's going to be in a one and done for QCK. Gets a pick at least before he gets traded out by Zekin. A 4 versus 4, trying to use the Hunter's Fury for the pulse plan instead. Zekin gets the pick on the QCK as Nanostorms are now trying to delay here on the attack side. There's that recon dart coming through. Kawadzin rips out the Hunter's Fury, but nobody's on the spike so far. Just a tap to actually bait out the ult. Here it comes, the wingmen to come out to start the defuse. Sentinels are fighting forward in front of their wall, but the shock darts are coming out. Denies the wingmen defuse.
Guard the wingman!
Couple of kills coming across though. Kawadzin and Lesser holding the ground. Snakebite on the ground, and there's no time left. Saucy on a 1 versus 2, hoping to make it expensive at least on the exit. They both ran out of ammo, but both still died from the spike. Loud tie up the game 4-4.
Beautiful chaos of a round. Oh my gosh. At one point, John Cutie grabbed onto the rope to block Wingman. He was just sitting there holding onto the rope, spraying off of it. That's crazy. Everybody just trying to body block there. They're still able to get the util. The Viper's Bite actually coming up huge to cause the vulnerable there. And a little handshake to end the round. High five between those two. 4-4 now. These rounds are getting chaotic. This is awesome, and see how the players are just kind of regaining control of what's been happening in sight. We start this one off. Again, the focus from Loud starts with this B hit. They tempt it, they cascade, go with the drone, and see what they can get out of a fight here. Because Sentinels, they've been given that peek. Tens will be there, or Zekin.
Yeah.
They're trying to get a first kill.
That type of round reminds me of Pearl all over again. Trying to play double controller of the pulse planet. Everybody's playing lineups and sprays through smokes. You're just crossing your fingers to actually get the diffuser.
Just need some Odins.
Exactly.
Start spraying.
At least it's been working for both teams. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, but it's a clean slate in round number 9. 4-4 our scoreline. Sadak trying to push forward. Off. And the orb coming down on the defense. Tens only has the sheriff alone. Underhand flash information. But Kawadzin, they were ready for that this time around. Kawadzin and less. All comes out. Denial. Attempt of a plant. But Sadak still is able to put it down.
Wow. Loud is staying so much farther forward. Staying too yellow. Still pushing out from long. Nice util kill. Zelsis is just dancing and dodging in there. Nice kill by Kawadzin.
Gets a 3rd in the round. Even Sadak, I mean, the trades are nice. The position's great. It doesn't allow John Q to get anything done inside of his own pit. So he's going to let that pit evaporate so he could save his weapon. But Loud are able to fight back and take the lead now. It's been a while since we've seen Loud having some sort of commanding lead.
Yeah. Teamwork's on point for Loud here. Like we said, this composition doesn't just have one dashing in with free space being given by flashes and a bunch of utility. It requires Loud to be behind each other. It takes a lot more to get this composition to work that Loud is using. You gotta remember that. Very easy for Sentinels to pick apart the gap close if they can't reach QCK on the dash, right? He's left out on an island. Everything Loud does has to be in sync, and here they collect a really nice round at B. They get the ultimate out of John Cutie as well, so they have to deal with less going into this round. Well, their own teammate, but 5-4, 10, or round 10 rather. Pretty good buy here for Loud to be looking at low armor buy for the Sentinel side.
Low armor buy.
And a push mid.
Exactly, looking for aggression. Staying outside of the range of the Dizzy. Something that also EG struggled with, taking control of green. Nonetheless, Loud scores first. Advantage as Zelsis is under heavy pressure. Forced to fall back in the back of the site. Maj moving forward to the way as Saucy gets 2. Looks back at the top of the 410 as Tui takes him down though. Still an advantage comes out. The orb for a plant on the top of the A tower coming out from Loud. Null command available for Tens if they want to try to retake this one. But it comes down to if they could get these picks, and they cannot. Tui's looking looking clean on those two.
Tui's toying with them here. And look at Reckoning up again.
Yeah.
We just saw that clear a sight for Loud into A. This is what we saw from Zekin in the previous map. So just raise ult after raise ult. Loud is collecting those ult. They're collecting Sen's head right now. And they want this 4th map real bad. 3 ultimates to be used as Saucy does that work, but it was the workaround. Still enough control over the site here for Loud to be able to control it. Okay, I don't know if it would go in. Where are we going? Towards A again. Reckoning held and ready. And
Blade Storm available. Bumping into each other, getting concussed by the Reckoning. A ping coming out on the Fury.
They go for him?
Zekin's able to dodge it, though, so that does no damage at all. Zekin dashing forward, looking to reposition on the top of the A tower. QCK with the opener. There's that pick, but instantly traded out. Sadak's on the top, and they tried to do the null command on the Sentinel side. But as they were doing a lot of noise for Loud, they stayed back towards the site and just picked out Sentinels on the retake, trying to be a little bit more proactive and aggressive against Loud's take.
Last with 1. John Cutie here to try and clean up 3. It's going to be tough. I love the choice. These final shots come through. You might look at Colin Zeen's Hunter's Fury and say, why go after the Jet? Why go after Zekin? Well, you're keeping the Blade Storm out of sight. He may updraft. He may do a bunch of stuff to dodge it, but your team has freedom from the Jet's ultimate. They just focused on Orb to get that sight.
They don't have to deal with an updraft, for instance, and they can just focus on crosshair placement for these type of kills.
That's an easy one. Why are you ulting the Jet? I'm not going to explain it. But no, great play there by Colin Zeen to actually take Zekin out of the mix. Really heady stuff there. Very happy. You see Loud still vibing. Even when they were down, they had the same smiles on, and they have to be feeling even better now, Vansili. Final round here of the first half on map 3. Loud comes back to take their first half, possibly 8-4. We see the spike down, so this is going to be a weighted out round. They're seeing again if Sentinels will give them that peek at yellow just to get that first fight, with less carrying the op in mid.
And finally, Sentinels are able to take control of the A-side pressure. So you see how Zelsis and Zekin are currently posted, watching belt, watching main. So they know now that the hit's coming towards the B side, at least to start. The early call from... Loud to take control of yellow, as you mentioned here, Riv. At the same time, important to keep Sasuke alive because he has a Thrash to work with. There's the commitment now for Loud for the first initial hit, but they haven't really crossed the line to try to tap a spike. They're trying to waste that utility out first.
I'm gonna stick this. They're using a different wall now for Harbor. They're not allowing those sections to be created as much as Sentinels retake. This wall is covering mid and Snowman entrance now. Straight across instead of diagonally. Cascade goes forward. They should be able to gain position, get that default plant in, and this is going to be hard to uproot Loud with 5 alive. But here comes Thrash to try.
Thrash and giving time for Tens even to rotate across, and QCK still get the pick though onto Zelsis as we got one. Looks like he was detained towards the back of yellow. I think that was going to be less here. But an off shot missed here by Zekin. QCK answering back on the Tens. Looking good for Loud on the post plant. You needed Tens to come across with these flashes to help, but instead it's Loud winning this post plant, pushing forward.
There it is.
Dropping the IGL. Again, we talked about it took a while for Loud, and talking about Loud with a definite strong lead in a map, and they're definitely showing it here on Icebox.
And a perfect correction to the way the wall was being used against them at B. They throw this wall from before. At the end of the round, they do still throw the wall that covers Snowman, but look how far up they are now. They're not at yellow trying to take the long distant fight. Well corrected by Loud for the 8-4.
At least he's making me smile. At least right now, our first time we get to see a look of Sentinels on Icebox. So we'll throw it to the desk to see what they think about it.
And for a first look, you got to say, not bad for Sentinels, but Loud still very much in this. They're trying to claw their way back into this series, but the pressure is certainly on here, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, I think the truth is they've got to continue this momentum. They can't let Sentinels really get into a comfortable place, or they're going to be able to pull this thing off. We've seen Sentinels be able to fight through adversity. We've seen them pull off insane comebacks across different maps.
Yeah.
You cannot allow them an inch.
They're the team who's gotten the closest to a reverse sweep and lost the most tragic way. You remember the lock-in finals, 2 rounds away from making it happen. But that's not what you have to remember. You have to remember that this is a squad that can always rally back. Sadak is the leader, is always someone who believes in that comeback being possible. They're good for it. But for Sentinels, they're going into this second half with a composition that I think is going to be stronger on attack. This is still going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think so. I think the one benefit is every time you look at Sadak, he's laughing. Right? The vibes are still good.
Yes.
He's still cutting it up with his guys.
Kind of have to, too.
And I think that's the mark of a good leader, right? Like, that's something that often can go unnoticed and not really mentioned. But I think keeping that positive mental for your squad, given some of the roster changes, given that you have younger players, matters a lot.
But talking about mental, if there's someone who get it back for Sentinels, it would have to be Kaplan. He's become really a leader for this team, developed into that role as a coach. If they could do it in this fashion, a comeback on one of their opponent's strongest map on their debut, showing a new comp to 3-0 Loud, the America's champions, it would be unbelievable for their first win in a regional finals in 3 years. This means everything for Sentinels, but Loud, they would be the team to rip it away.
Yeah, a statement could be made here, but if we've learned one thing, you never count out the Brazilians. Let's send it back over to our casters.
Thank you so much, GB, Doug, and Mimi. Indeed, we can never count out the Brazilians now as they take the lead. Mentioned before, a very strong first half that they've shown on their attack. This time, Sentinels trying to see what they're going to look like on their own attack side. We know that Loud has been very annoying with this double controller against EG, how they're able to lock down this B side. And that's why Sentinels, for the beginning of this pistol, are looking to move 5 players with the potential post-plant situation.
Yeah, it does. You see the armor and the 2 mollies on Zelsis. That makes me think Zelsis wants to be the last alive with a bit of protection and that molly post-plant. Let's see what Sentinels tries to do. Loud with great util dump into the side. Just got it. And deny Sentinels.
And also denied the 2 nano swarms that was going for that plant. So that's going to be even more difficult for Sentinels to play that pulse plant. Staying anchored up. That's the name of the game. That's what they have to do when they can't. Until Second finally pops the first one against Loud. Kowalski gets the flick onto Tens. Second is now alone. The double swing high-low. And Loud looks really good. A slight mistake on just waiting the timing of that plant. Denied by the shock darts of Kowalski, allows for them to score 9.
Right, and the focus that Zelsis, with, like you said, was to have 2 mollies post-plant. Everything was instantly snuffed out by Loud. That was planned protocol at its best right there. Beautifully done. You see it again in the shots, just absolutely connecting. A far cry in difference from what we had first round pistol. Tens and Zelsis just cleaning up the right side of the map. Loud finally get theirs. They start off here in the second half exactly how they want, but they're going to match up against Stingers. It's not the classic buy from Sen. They're going right into this with aggression. This is going to be a reckoning build-up for Tui's. That seems to be the focus.
Looks like Sentinels couldn't punish it because of the cascade that came out. Yeah. So they cut noise and Sen and looking for the snowball. After the KO knife gets shot out, double flash clearing out the back of the site once again. Just trying to bait out utility. Wingman, though, looking for the set at the plant for the A tower, so changing things around. Just parkouring across the A site. Plant now comes down. Alanjone only spots Zekin, but already Loud has funneled back and pushed towards the back of the A site. Sasi scores first, long range with a stinger. And definitely fighting forward. Alarm bot to also ring the bell, allowing here Sentinels to try to fight back on the left side of 410. But Les is able to even up the tally. This stinger buy from Sentinels. They're trying to keep the weapons and the engagement close. Nanoswarm getting to pick up the QCK. A 3 versus 3 as the time is in favor of Sentinels so far. The high tide coming up. Tens with the long range stinger once again. And Sentinels are able to score on the force buy.
Sentinels push through on the force buy and completely take Loud off guard. No idea that was going to happen in sight, and it wasn't a flank. It's nothing else. Sentinels behind each other, pushing straight through. Saucy's been incredible with the Stinger. Tens has been incredible with the Stinger.
Enemy remaining.
And the positioning that they had as well on Pipes was incredible to be able to pick up those kills that Tens had there towards the end of the round and shut down the defuse. Wow, Sentinels come up huge there. What are Loud going to do? They go to a Bucky, they go to a low buy. Sentinels now can start to push for a possible win on this map. They need to tie it up, but that could easily happen now with the way this would swing. Loud taking every precaution on the defensive side now. Sadak knows what to do in these situations. They've been there before. And no different how they want to play this.
Jiggling across, spraying through the top of the A tower. Les made it out with 22 HP remaining, and instantly we're moving forward for a plant. Oh.
Red.
Looks like the years were spotted there by Sadak with the Sheriff. ADSing down, baiting the plant for them to move forward. At least the backstab is there. Zelsis watching that flank, dropping QCK. Flash is moving forward across the high tide. You hear the repel, Second is just waiting behind it. And they're okay with it for Sentinels. Yeah. They are playing against pistols at this point.
Just
really loud.
The
last two guys can't really do too much. You already see him pulling all the way back. You were just looking to run in and die from the spike after. But Sentinels are looking pretty good so far. Getting that force buy on that second run and winning the way that it did really foiled the plans now for Loud to have a very strong start on the second half.
I mean, I think they quickly identified as well with the cascade they're seeing. Tui's having ults that they might have been able to Stinger rush the second one, catching Loud off guard, catching them in a position where they feel safe to grab an orb and then reset. Sentinels, they want to attack as fast as possible. And just from screens there, they're figuring out that they can take it down, so there needs to be a little bit more protection as they head towards that nest area for Plant on Wingman now.
I still love the play that you saw there from Tui's hiding all the way back towards spawn, getting that pick and dying the spike, allowing him to be one away from the ult. Of course, it was the kill that was more important to get that ult point than his death from the spike instead, and it allows for them to maybe try to look for that pressure to pick up that orb towards B-side, because Sentinels never really took control of that B-side. But Sentinels in round number 16 decide to do it. And they deny the opportunity of Loud of building up ultimates here.
It's been a while since we've seen this little box shot. The back of Snowman you can hit on top of green. And now they're waiting. For QCK, it did look like that dash went across. I think he's got the call. Zekin saw that little hair bun fly through. And now they wait, and they call such a good wait. The patience of Sentinels causes Loud to go for the full rotation, expecting an A hit, a free sight here, and it's going to be the call from Sadak that they need to come back. What a deep plan.
Yeah,
oh, they're
like
still going.
They want to definitely try to start working and fighting towards the spawn. You see that setup from Tens, but this time he doesn't have a flash to work with. So it's really going to be Zekin trying to catch one early, sees that there's no early pressure coming out. Here's the Eldril, falls back into sight instead. So an opportunity now for Loud to rescale for the retake in the B site. Zekin behind the cascade, a 1-for-1 though. One coming through, blocking vision on the left side of yellow. 3 players posted up there for Sentinels on that post plan as well. So you hear the utility coming out for the retemp take. Zelsis on the top of green. Look at all that delay for that utility for Sentinels on that post plan as well. And looks like we want to try to save, to fight for another day, to try to keep the up for QCK.
Oh my gosh.
But Sentinels will get 7.
6 rounds for Sentinels to solidify themselves as the kings of NA. It's crazy to think it's that close. Loud still in the lead, though. There's work to be done. See here, this push through from Sentinels taking Loud off guard. And the play, the macro on that round, absolutely throwing Loud and Sadak for a loop.
You're definitely seeing the hope there from Sentinels for sure. Coming back in the second half when they were so strong on the defensive side for the beginning of the series or even for kickoff so far, showing that they can have the momentum and the potential to really close out a very strong attack side on Icebox as well. As a change of pace, change of position from Loud. Same wall, but from a different position to block out vision on mid and green. Zelsis decides to walk up on this, and the rest of Sentinels holding behind it. There's nobody really watching an A-side push, except for an alarm bot.
Yeah.
And I find that interesting, too, that it's an alarm bot instead of a turret, because somebody could now move up on the top of L. So for me, maybe Sentinels are really looking to commit towards this B side.
Exactly. Maybe the pace they move, they feel comfortable just going forward, knowing the back won't be timed. And yeah, they're going to get into position really fast here. A Stinger, a Guardian, but the operator's there for QCK.
Did not expect Zekin to be on top of Yellow. 2Es with the wide swing and gets picked off. QCK's too far behind. He's still anchoring towards the A side with that operator. Gives a chance here for Sentinels to move up. Recon dart prepped up ready, but it's shock darts instead. Same plant position behind the wall, and there's no utility there to deny him. And as I say that, the shock darts came through.
A good way to recognize from last round to this round that Loud can stop that plant. That's the call from Sadak saying they planted deep. The team saw it too. We can deny that the next time they do it.
They have to have important timing here as that's a nice shot from QCK. Talking about Sentinels, the wall came up. They can pick it up and try to go for a plant. And meanwhile, a pushing coming out from Zelsis, who gets a pick onto Sadak on middle. QCK now, no targets available for a pick with the operator, especially when the wall comes up. Zelsis also lurking through towards that kitchen. Here's the shot from the operator. Here's the footsteps of Kawadzin falling back towards orange. So the rest of Loud pressing forward towards yellow. A nice spam through the poison orb. QCK falls. Now a tap on that spike, baiting out the swings from the Sentinels. But no picks until Zelsis gets the lurk kill. One more to go. Zelsis again with the lurk to put 3 in the round and putting Sentinels 1 round away of tying the game.
We heard Kaplan talking to Smix at halftime about how it's John Cutie and Zelsis, and you have to think that there was a lot of Zelsis going into that round. The timing, the calls, how much time they needed to defend in sight or play back in sight for him to get there. And the flank controls the map. We see Zelsis come up with 2 big ones there towards the end. 9-8 now. Sentinels only trailing by 1 with the last 4 rounds in their favor.
Get out of my way!
It's going to be a push down here. Loud wants to start to get aggressive. Even on their low buy, they have to get under the skin of Sentinels here. They can't keep playing default, it seems.
QCK just heard the turret. Actually, he's still in range where he could maybe surprise somebody, but instead just wants to deny visibility for Sentinels by breaking a turret early. So Sentinels pushing towards the A side instead.
Should be a wingman plan here. Trade back and forth. Nice shot by QCK.
Dash activated as well. Stinger upgrade. Back into the Sheriff. Snakebite pushing away. Reckoning instantly getting popped. Asasi gets the plant from the wingman assist. Now there's that jump up. Sasi almost got that pick. Onto Les, jumping up towards the A tower, who does get a pick of his own with the Sheriff. We talk about the lower buy here. Loud has to make plays, and it's working out. Undersphere Alpha Kawadzin, no contact. Les with the wall bang onto Sasi as well. It's up to the IGL. John Cutie spraying across left and right. Now Les is sticking on that plant. It's looking pretty good here to hold it in the end. The lower buy for Loud, the Thrifty, as the answer right back, and that hope is slowly dwindling away here since Sentinels forced by in the second round of the half.
The Cove really putting a damper there on Sentinels trying to get to the spike. Sasi throws out a Maj, just boink, right off.
And that's crazy that he's able to get and break the turret down towards bottom mid and still come back to get an opener on holding the A site.
Loud making the perfect little corrections here to pull it back in their favor, but this is still a lot of money for Sentinels as they come out of a timeout, and Kaplan uses these to great effect. It's going to be Loud as well in that timeout, discussing how this can work. And honestly, Loud has actually been doing quite a bit of damage with the low buys. They came through the other round with a Stinger Guardian still tagging on to Sentinels. So as much as Sentinels have the timeout here, Loud gets to discuss what they want to. And QCK back on that off. Seems like it's felt pretty good for them. They had Reckoning to control that last round, so it is going to be up to a little bit more of that personal utility here to make sure Sentinels is not attacking aggressively. They are going to clear space with Thrash in this coming round, and then they're going to have the site with a lockdown if they don't have that to hold for, or if they don't use it, they can have it for the next round. So a lot of things Loud has to deal with right now. Sheriff for less.
He's got money.
There it is. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, no way you just have a sheriff right now. We just talked about this.
There. Yeah, you'd mentioned clearing out. I mean, that's the pathing that they usually do here with the Thrash. You could clear around the 410.
Yeah.
Pick it back up and ult just behind 410 to really gain even more space, allowing time for them to set up for a pulse plant. So that's why you see Zelsis moving up with the team. John Cutie's the one watching the flank to start. The knife to see if Loud's going to try to push forward with QCK on the yacht, but he's posted up towards B instead.
Initiated.
So cycling the lockdown before the Thrash to start things off.
Don't get in my way.
Les is just trying to get that timing.
Why not?
Yeah.
He'll be fine back there to
run back in. Plant on the left side, though. Ooh. They do get the spray on it behind the cascade, so that's spiked down. Remember, the Thrash is still available for Saucy. Zelsis getting some sprays. It's the battle inside that pit. Playing on the extremities of it, but with that spike being down out in the open, looks like we have to try to reset for Sentinels. It's a Thrash to make some noise, allowing Zelsis once again to look for timing on that flank. Underhand flash being thrown, spike now being picked up as they pull back away from this, leaving Zekin on the top. But this whole time, as Zelsis is lurking towards middle, that op was always towards that B side. And if they don't use the right utility to try to clear it here,
30 seconds left.
QCK could have some easy picks.
The lurks, or the rotations have been so late for the last member of Loud. This time it's gonna pay off.
And that's well done here on the positioning from Loud. Because of that op being posted up on the B side, they could focus on the kitchen, on the rotate down at the underpass. Even the op gets the pick off the south.
No time.
All of them falling down, 5 seconds left. Actually, there is time at this point when Tens picks it up. So a 2 versus 2, the shorty. Tens still gets the kill. But Les now in a clutch situation. Information of where Tens is at. The high-low, Tens doesn't even need it.
Oh my gosh.
How did that happen for Sentinels to be able to convert that round when they drop that spike in that kitchen?
It looks impossible. QCK with the shot, it gets denied. Just out of range with the shorty as well. Sentinels, they're kind of just going for it in these moments. You know, you have no other choice there to plant, but to make it happen. The positioning counted, and Loud did not. That shorty kill was it, right? That pretty much solidifies it for the rest to come around and figure out what they need to do.
They want to go quick. It's a flash over the high tide, and then a dizzy towards the front. An aggressive push forward as Zekin almost got that punish onto Tui's. But there's the blades from out. The headshot up the Saucy. The spike is down. No command denies also his knives. Trying to run away towards yellow. Zekin pushes forward for the 2 kills. Opened up the B side for a bit. There's still 1 player left. It's Sadak with the Vandal. Pushing for it. Gets the kill to Zekin, who was protecting the spike platter. As Last gets a nice shot. The rotate from behind, unfortunately there for Kawazine. Almost had the opportunity to get the pick. It's off to the Sheriff alone. Upgrading now to the Phantom. Nanosword now being used. Even the turret on the back. The orb comes down. John Cutie swings on the other side. And Sentinels have tied up the game.
Just like that. 3 rounds away from being the Kings of NA. Kings of Americas. Will they... they be able to make it happen? QCK on this yellow has been doing so much work, and then Sentinels are snapping back quick. They're figuring out what the dangers are in these situations and acting accordingly. Zekin, Jersey's finest, coming up again, laying people down. And yeah, we are at 10-10. The big difference is Sentinels have 2 maps under their belt here, looking to finalize this harbor wall again, connecting just down long B and then towards mid to slow and delay. But Sentinels is happy to do this. Rounds they move fast, they are just going fast off the rip. Rounds they move slow, they get the read they want.
That's right, the job's not done here for Sentinels for Loud. They're still looking pretty good. Lots of money. An operator out once again for QCK towards B main, a jump spot from Zekin, but they also have ults to work with for the retake. So Sentinels has to continue their due diligence here if they want to try to win this map, but Loud has been looking for answers so far, just to try to close out this map.
I think that was a miss. Zelsis walks up like that.
The swing ball.
Miss!
Does get the surprise kill on the Cowardine with the contact. Dizzy now being thrown towards the air. Flash moving forward. Zekin dashing up. And that lockdown comes out prematurely. The spray through the cascade. Zekin falls. The Molly, though, is a little bit too far behind. I don't think it's going to break it. So that rotates the players back. Zelsis again trying to go for that lurk. But it gets stopped by QCK with the operator. It's a reset with only 24 seconds left. Sentinels have no choice but to commit towards the A site, but they still have a pit to work with.
They have to get in. They don't have wingman to plant here. It's going to take everybody being in sight to cover this. Tens again taking that nest position.
John Cutie, though, not looking to use his pit. There you go. Brings it out towards the screen. Breaking line of sight for the operator. Knife even thrown towards the screen. Spotting 3. High tide separating the A site. Allowing Loud to try to swarm out with the 4 players they have remaining. They have a Cove to work with for the defuse as well. Tui's is the one that's going to have to stay alive here to give chances for Loud to fight back this round 21. Tens pushing forward within that pit. Still working on the other side. Or Loud outside the dice. Sassy gets the spray. Tens inside.
One more pit.
The trays come out. Tens gets the third. Sentinels take the lead. They only need 2 now.
What a wall coming up from John Cutie. Placed perfectly on the left side of A site, like you said, making Loud come through. They have to take damage. They have to worry about their positioning. Sentinels is making nothing easy for Loud here on any of these rounds from the get-go. QCK, even with the off push, not deterring Sentinels. They stay, they re-hit. Tens, being Tens, absolutely on fire for these series coming in from Knockout. And all of it through kickoff.
That's crazy as well, looking at Loud on that round. They had the perfect play, the lockdown to actually funnel players into the op. And instead of really trying to gain ground off the radius that they've gotten and the space that they could have had from the lockdown and pin Sentinels really inside the A site, they played for the retake instead. And the Sentinels fans are behind the team for sure here, as again, only needing 2 rounds to actually sweep Loud in this grand finals of kickoff.
And coming out of this, it is again a low buy for Loud. We've seen Stinger, Guardian rounds. They continue to have to reach into the pockets with how much they're using just to get through these rounds on Sentinels, but still not coming away with the win. And Sen picking up 3 more in a row for themselves. It only goes back to Loud for 1. Sentinels correct whatever happens, and they hit even harder the next time. It just seems unstoppable from them right now. 2 rounds away from solidifying this. And the wall's about to drop. Back A for Loud. They're not going to play too much. They'll put less on pipes. We know that Sheriff is always good for 1, but Sentinels, they're all boating down this B long, and they're making their way towards that yellow again.
Because the high tide didn't come early anymore, they just tried to really push forward for Sentinels, knowing that the harbor's so far away to try to assist and delay even more. Now it's time for Sentinels to activate their lockdown on this attack side to try to get the plant in, pushing away Loud back towards the window. The timing of the flash misses, but it still allows for them to push forward. A wall comes up from Tui, spurting through with the help of Sadak, dropping Tens. Pulse plant now still activated, though, as the plant comes down for Sentinels. In a defuse attempt for Loud. A tap on the spike first, a swing out towards the yellow. It's a 1-for-1. QCK with the headshot of Tasasi. Snakebite on the ground. John Cutie trying to stay alive. Pushed away as well by the enemy Snakebite. Cloudburst up, jump towards the air. Beautifully done here. Living John Cutie with 2 kills, but Tui's is still there for the trade.
Loud. A bright light there with the individual skill. I think something we've been missing with the individuals being able to pop off on their own. What a cascade from Tui's to save himself. That was insane. Last second thinking to turn the round right around. Get Sadak the kill that would save him, and you can see what it means to Loud. That was a big one. Almost being suffocated out of the game if they weren't able to take that round on the low buy. So yeah, the low buy comes up with a win for Loud. They get a little more momentum. Reckoning is here to deny a take, an operator in the hands of QCK again. They have a bit of extremity control here. This is the first time we see Tui's. No, okay, he just goes up for the wall. I thought he was moving forward.
And the Loud fans continue to show that they're still here to fight. Zelsis using a different path and going through the high tide, using his orb to try to lurk inside the kitchen. Sentinels 4 players set up. Slowly moving up here towards the A site. I mean, they did give their information away the first Dizzy that came out. So maybe orb control could be the play. We're one away from getting a Thrash out for Zasi and Bladestorm, and Zelsis trying to count on that one, couldn't capitalize on that pick.
It's the first time Zelsis has been kind of the spearhead of the strategy. Yeah. He's always the last to move, giving info. A was waiting for Zelsis to cause the disruption here. Loud doing a great job at holding their positions and not moving on this one. Sentinels cannot find an opening just yet. Waiting for Util to make that a possibility.
So you see the high tide now being thrown from the generator. And already crosshairs are set towards that right side. Now Orb finally picked up, trying to use that Thrash to create that space, but a Reckley comes out. The audio cues allows Loud to spam through that wall and get 2 picks. And it's the same story once again. Trying to rotate out, and where they're rotating to, and up on the B side. Beautiful hold to start off for Loud.
He's got cement boots over here. He just does not leave the site. Spike finds him on the rotation.
With Spike down, 14 seconds left. Loud gets the last pick and the last so far. 12 to 11. As they're looking to move this over to Bind.
Match point.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I want to see Bind. I want to see our last map. Let's go to 5. Sentinels calling the timeout here so Kaplan can get in the ear of the players. Chat with Zelsis and John Cutie, figure out what's happening. And Loud really accepting that round well. The cascade and just denying Sentinels. A lot more of seeing Loud not be pressured. The way we usually see them on top of the play, in front of everything and making the right choices. Sentinels has been able to make them error out quite a bit today. It looks like Loud, though, could get us to a 4th.
And this is the last timeout now for Sentinels. At least, of course, it's the last round of regulation as well. Why not burn it now? Trying to figure out how you want to close this out.
He doesn't want any tweets. He didn't time out. Well, I'm going to time out. Yeah, this is that last one. Thrash, Seconds ultimate here. 10 just off of 1 as well. If they can get a long B orb, that's an easy grab to make sure you're not going to really deal with an ult on the other side, but be shutting down that re-entry utility retake from Loud. 25 seconds here for the players to ponder what may be this next play. I think Sentinels understands now that QCK is a staple at whatever site he's at, depending on the depending on what they do, he'll be at the other site if they don't hear the op at the current attack. So they have to worry. They have to figure out a way to push QCK off.
Keep up.
That's a big question for them.
They have the setup, though. We've seen the Dizzy in the flash before. Zelsis popped up to get the flash towards green.
Pop.
But QCK has the angle. Flash does not affect him. Just waiting. The Thrash, I don't think even got the information. Oh, what? Almost felt like that was on him.
Yeah. Just pulled away from the flick.
But Tens picks up the ult orb and also has Null Command in the ready. Trying to delay even more. A high tide comes out all the way back from kitchen. That's Tui's slowing down any type of push that Sentinel's trying to take towards green after getting that ult, anticipating a Null Command hit.
Zelsis gonna start doing a little roaming towards Belt as they keep an eye on mid. Great choice by Loud and how they've rotated this coverage to lean over towards the B site. And yeah, seeing Saucy, you're probably like, okay, Wingman Spike, we got it. Perfect. A lot of information there for Loud.
But it's mind games. Look at him rotating back towards the A side. They're thinking, hey, Sentinels might pull back towards the A side and they're gambling for it. And the gamble doesn't turn out this time around. They've worked for at least 2 all-ins. But this time, Sentinels are pushing forward in the A site.
This is a very sketchy plan.
Wingman comes out for a plant. Sadak gets the pick, and a second one up to Zelsis. QCK with the off kill onto Zekin. Not even needed the assist. The ping on the last one. The flawless from Loud. Us are able to push us into a 4th map.
They had to reach for a lot of that towards the end, but Loud are able to get it. It's the fact that they were able to figure out what Sen was doing. Correct the little things where it would be Tens or Zekin trying to get that first kill and coming up with the first frag. Loud needed everybody for that retake. And they started to understand that you were getting a Sentinels that was using your walls against you. I think that was one of the biggest things.
And it started off with
a
these
lot of
plays that
adaptation.
looked like it was going to be Sentinels the whole time, right?
Yeah. A lot of adaptation here from both squads, but Loud able to come out on top. Loud able to bring us to bind, and man, that's gonna be a spicy one.
Definitely a spicy one, too. It looked like it was going to be PTSD if they didn't close this one, but they did. Bind is coming up next for this grand finals after the break.
Take my beat back. Take my beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. Take my beat back. Take my me.
Loud show why they are a team that you always have to be afraid of, because just when you think you have it in the bag, a 3-0 sweep, ain't gonna happen with the Brazilians, as they managed to pick up a massive win and force that map 4. We got the whole squad here to talk about that game, and we got a series, folks. I mean, look, Can Loud push this? 100%. They're capable of doing it, Ender. But, man, they really had to dig deep there to pick up that win.
It looked like they weren't going to be able to push it to the next one, though, right? Because what happened is that second half, they could not scrounge together round wins. And it really turned around when they could get a huge eco win in round 18. Because every single round, they were losing the openers, they were getting overwhelmed on site, and then the share of shots came through from QCK and less to open up their way back into the site.
Talking to Kaplan last night when he was mentioning the previous match Sentinels played against Loud, he chalked up that loss, that 13-11 on split, to eco rounds and clutches that they had no business losing. And this comeback slips away in the exact same way, honestly. Two tragic eco rounds go the wrong way for Sent, and credit to Loud. I mean, their players took advantage of every opportunity given to them, but it puts them in a pretty tough position in the series now.
This game was a 13-11 where Loud stole away those 2 round wins. If they don't get those round wins, they are getting clowned on, just like last year where they have a big lead, 8-4 at the half, and it slips away. It is a miracle that they managed to hold on in this game, frankly.
I mean, they were full steam ahead, Sentinels were. They forced in the second round after losing the pistol, and it seemed like it was wraps. They had won, 5-6 rounds in a row. It seemed inevitable. But again, those Thrifties shifted the entire
that's just the way that this game is, though, right? Like, those eco rounds, we constantly hear players talk about that all the time. The ecos, the Thrifties, you gotta win those. If you don't, how you gonna win?
Exactly, because how did Sentinels start the comeback? It was after losing the pistol round and then forcing up on round 2 to win that and get them back in. So Sentinels had some of that help, too.
Yeah, they're really the rounds that matter in any close game like this. But I think the players who were pushing it over the line for Loud, it wasn't quick. I don't think he was having a particularly good game, was getting shut down at B-main constantly. It was the same guys who stepped up the last time Loud played this map against EG. The supportive line of this team is so damn good. We saw what we needed to from Les, but also from the 2 guys that were rookies last year when Loud picked them up. Tui's and Cowan Zine had massive moments, and their util was on point throughout, Doug.
Well, and honestly, Sadek had a couple of really big moments as well, but you're right. I think being able to highlight those 2 players when you desperately needed some sort of spark to get back into the map was enormous. And as this team continues to develop, given the new addition of QCK, being able to pull out those big moments from the younger players on the squad is huge.
Yeah, and I want to give a lot of credit in particular to Tui and the way that he plays this Harbor. I think he is the best Harbor player, period. When they were playing the Harbor Viper comp, constantly last year, it was always him on that agent. He goes back to it here. It's the hardest agent to frag on in the game. You're constantly having to juggle so many different pieces of utility. So many players complain about playing it. Boaster refused to play Harbor all of last year. But this guy shows up. He has insane individual impact and also has that util always on point. Timing with the teams in the retake, on the executes, his use of the push walls and how the team scales off of it. It's always on point for Loud.
And it's so important to have a player like that, to have players like those 3 we just listed. And it really is what has defined Loud's entire identity. This is one of the rare jet maps that they play. And, on a jet map, you expect your jet to be a higher performing player. But no, Loud really share the burden across their team. And that is why I think the comps work so well for them, because there are other comps on the other maps, and we're going into Bind next. They're going to be playing double smokes. They're going to be playing multiple flashes as well. Those comps are all about enabling those support players to get a little selfish, to take those fights earlier. On Icebox, those players had to play, dominate in the post plants a little bit more when they're anchoring sites as well. Now when we move ahead, those same players are going to be seeking much earlier fights, and that's when they become even more threatening.
Well, let me go ahead and take off my analysis hat and put on my host hat.
You're not
and we'll
wearing
move on
any
to,
hats.
That hurts. We'll move on to the next one, though. Map update, here you go. You got yourself a bind pickup here for map 4, and there are a lot of different things that we could be seeing here, Mimi. I'm excited to see what Sentinels can potentially do to maybe throw off this Loud team that's starting to feel themselves here, because you do got to quell this momentum before it gets a little out of hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk a lot about how Sentinels is a team with world champions who have been there, done that, but it's been a while for all these guys. You still can't discount that the pressure is on. So for me, for Sentinels, what I'm looking at for isn't necessarily a specific comp or a specific player. It's the emotional leaders of this team, and in particular, Zelsus. We give this guy a lot of praise because what he adds to a team, you cannot discount. count. He is the best in the business at building up his teammates, at helping them feel good after a loss. And the team always mentions, Sassy in interviews in the offseason was saying he gives the team a reason to play. And he'll have to do that again to deny this reverse sweep.
Look, he comes in after a game loss like that, decked in the trench coat, busts out the briefcase, opens up what's inside, vibes. He is dealing those out. Now it's time to move over into Bind, where TenZ is going to be dominating on the Yoru. Come on.
I mean, Loud, again, going back to this comp that we've seen themselves set a standard for, the triple flash. They love it. They're willing to apply it to pretty much every map except Split, it would seem.
Yeah, almost every map, and they've had mixed success with it, but it seems like they believe in it enough that they're willing to roll to it again when the tournament is on the line.
Now, one thing that I was seeing from them previously I didn't love was the Breach was playing B-Long every single time. They showed that so much. I think we need to see a different look on the defensive setup from this Breach. I need more showers control from that Breach. Fault line great there for trap plays as well through the teleport and also the blast, the flash lines. You can lock down that choke so wonderfully and it'll be far less readable than B-Long round after round after round.
Good ideas that we've seen from both teams. But now the question remains, who walks away the winner? Will Sentinels manage to pull off the 3-1 here, or will Loud take us to a map 5? Let's send it back over to Mancillion Rim.
It almost felt like my arm was part of your body, but thank you so much, TV. We are definitely moving into map number 4 on Bind, and yeah, I mean, Ender raised some great points there where it almost felt like Loud was really red on their positioning when they played against Leviathan and how they're really playing their attack side, leaving Sadak on his own. So at this point now for Loud, what have they fixed, or can this composition also play off very well against Sentinels Yoru?
TenZ Yoru is just in your face on this map. I was mentioning on the other maps that Sentinels kind of almost have the double identity now if they want to switch from that Omen TenZ where they're all playing back to where TenZ can be TenZ again. It's not a Jet, but it's going to be a Yoru. And you'll see gate crashes that go all the way into attacker spawn possibly with what they're trying to cook up. And I'm sure Loud has seen that. I'm sure Sadak knows TenZ is going to be trying to route them at all times. And they go for a bit of a default here with focus on Hookah so far, making sure those extremities are not owned by Sentinels right now.
Seems like TenZ is set up to do a flashbang dance.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the contact was there from Zelsis towards the U-Haul, but as there's no contact there, there is that solo play from the Initiator once again. But Second went through the TP. Loud still answers back because they have the player advantage in this pistol round. TenZ trying to gain some more map control up towards short. No!
What? It's not supposed to work like that!
It's almost like breadcrumbs on a trail. It's like, piece of candy. Oh, piece of candy.
Oh my gosh.
Denied. 3 on 3. Zelsis now finally spots the contact in towards this A site. Decoy thrown out by TenZ, not being shot out. The bait doesn't work here for Loud. First one tap on the spike, trying to see what their hot hands are going here for the attack, trying to delay and deny the flank to happen, trying to get a TP. But thankfully, it's only Kawatsin that fell. The spike's still up. They spot Sassy on the backstab. There's another TP. Les re-swings, picks the pick onto Sassy. Zelsis then comes back out, and somehow it has become individual peaks one by Sentinels, putting TenZ in a clutch situation. Nice long range there by Les, and this is not a good time if you're a Sentinels fan to see Les starting to activate.
Loud, very happy though, Vans. You have to know it. They have started down on every map. Last map we went back and forth and Loud found their ground, but this is going to be a nice start for them here. As long as Sen don't get that second round again, as long as they don't. Looks like a classic buy. Looks like Sentinels will not be able to formulate that purchase on this one.
Of course, defensive side here that you see from Sentinels, but no gamble stack. It's actually a heavy pressure towards the A side of Flash to try to pinch for information coming out from Long B. Just simple orb control, putting in the hands of TenZ.
Looking for this timing. Already one flash thrown by Sassy. So getting a quick peek to see if that was true, and they are still pushing up. And now just the pressure game, but 3 in showers. They're gonna leave TenZ here for sure, and then back up towards the rest of the site. Now they'll play the site kind of vertically instead of horizontally. If U-Haul control is gained, they'll just fight Loud out of U-Haul as much as they can. Oh my, what a read.
Just holding the whole time.
And they can hear it too for now.
Right now it's just meeting up here from the spawn. A wall contact. Zekin is going to be the first one. Sees it on the first.
What a smart peek.
Hands now switching back to the right click instead. The hot hands being thrown. It's clear.
What a smart
clear. It allows Loud to split the A site. Smokes all abundance. Inside A, within the smokes. QCK gets the execution onto Zelsis. There's still players there, though. All of Sentinels have rotated towards the A side, trying to do at least some sort of damage. That's John Cutie with 2. But with that round here, you'll have the run it back activated for QCK in their bonus round.
And Loud, even with these 2 rounds, look like they're in so much more of a groove. They have the read on Sentinels. They know Tens is going to be somewhere ratty. Trying to be funky on the Yoru. Instant peek. Second did not pull their attention away. They are ready for the tricks that Sentinels will bring to the table here. All right. On to the next one. Loud to pick up this bonus would be gigantic, especially on the low buy they're forced into here due to some deaths.
Ninner wanted some showers control out for Loud's camp. They did it. Converting that second round from the pistol. Now the bonus. Pressure came towards this B side. Knife was being thrown to get some information towards the garden. Sentinel still able to play a forward position inside Hookah, though. A TP across once again. Snakebite being thrown a 1-for-1 surprise play. Actually, it's a win here for Loud because they could upgrade a weapon left behind by Zekin. Underhand flash. John Cutie's fully blinded, but stays in the smoke.
Easy out there. Loud continues to pressure at Hookah area. Tens now, if you look at the minimap, throws this gate crash again, goes all the way to spawn, and will have a rotation around the side of Loud if it comes to it. Great shot by Cowanzine.
Still a great opener. Then the wall comes up on defense. Keeping John Cutie alive was important here, so they could spray across for these 2 kills. Now it doesn't really matter on this TP. A flash moving forward, allowing Sentinels to push up, get the wall bang onto Sadak.
30 seconds left.
Tui's all alone, Vandal in hand, 26 seconds left, so he's got time to work with.
Oh.
The first shot now shows that he did try to look for some cover through the brimstone smoke.
Yeah.
John Cunie intends just waiting on the other side, letting Saucy be the first contact. Oh, there's the backstab. Oh, with the third! Almost saw that coming.
My gosh.
Somehow the positioning of Tens could have been costly there, as it seems as though Saucy thought that he had his back. But thankfully, John Cutie was there for the save.
Tui's putting the scare factor on that round for Sentinels. A 3v1, and we almost saw him go down 1 by 1.
One enemy remaining.
And look at that replay. You just saw the last 2 times that Zekin went for paint shells to open the door, snake right towards that front. So they do have a heavy pressure set up to try to really get some players vulnerable and line up some kills.
I mean, they love teleporters too. Oh, it starts off right away. He was just saying both Zelsis and Zekin have used the teleporter now. Even with that util, as we have a first shower hit, and it's not going to stop.
Trailblazer trying to bait out the players, focusing on that dog so that Zekin can try to swing out again for the pick. But everything calms down now.
Yeah. Man, that was quick. Both players realizing it was, both teams, it was just attempt at showers to see how deep they would go. You know, back towards mid. Switched up a few times. Zelsis up top.
The timing on that one from Cowanzine. Saw the shoulder as Zelsis gets the pick. Lesto walks through his own orb to answer right back with the second one to avenge his teammate. On top of that, giving it advantage for Loud on the pulse, but Snake Fight even misses.
Yep. Holding. And they, knowing Viper's there, only have to look for the flank now because they're going to have shower control. Loud really cleanly gathering these rounds, especially after that shower. We see Sadak recalling the hit towards short. Loud seems on point for these strats now, and they take back a gun round after that bonus goes the way of Sentinels. Just the last few shots here, and preventative utility to shut out Sentinels.
Gambled the snake bites here to flush out some positions, but Loud doubled up and U-haul one towards showers, and they have their own utility for the pulse plan as well. Not looking good at all. Here's the spray, comes across. John Cutie stays alive at 6 HP, but at the end of the day, it's still Loud's round.
They go 3-1 up. The attack from Loud, it seems like they're moving quick enough, but also taking care of the extremities. Loud is that TenZ isn't getting to use the Yoru like we saw in the last Bind game from Sentinels. It was much more destructive, much more distracting to the opponent here. And you know what? I say that, and we might get it out of a dimensional drift here if he starts getting in the brains of Loud, trying to ping him out for this strategy. Run it back can happen just as well with that ultimate from Brimstone and the orbital strike, so they may just microwave U-Haul here once they get the chance.
Might be a difficult one here as they have a lower buy for Sentinels on that end, though. Doubling up towards the boxes at the short A. Loud already just held back by that smoke that was dropped on the defensive side. That
And
being dropped here by Zelsis.
Ready to gate crash out of a shot.
See, it's being quiet right here. They tried to play the contact after that smoke, knowing the position where Sentinels likes to play on vibes. Now they'll use a run it back to even confirm that the main default position of the A site is open. Spawning Zelsis at triple. Utility being used out here on both ends. Deniability from snake bites all the way out from the B site, landing at the default spot, preventing a plant from coming down. Also, making sure that the smokes could dissipate, but a second smoke comes down. Another tap. Utility baiting out. Zelsis trying to get some right clicks. Everybody's hiding in the thick of the spawn. But there's that first blood finally inside the A site as QCK moves forward. Now being pressured by Zelsis. Right click classic coming through. That's really going to stop the bleeding after this. Loud is in a beautiful setup towards the end. Better weaponry.
Last player standing.
And even better health.
So much more confidence coming out of these Loud strategies. We just saw Loud tempt the plant without having showers control, knowing how much it would rile up Sen. They only had a smoke covering shower. That doesn't prevent anything. They were accepting mollies, they were getting shot while planning. Loud wanted to take that fight. And QCK, as you said, pushing through to break that defensive smoke, absolutely threw Sen off. Nicely done here by Loud to get another round secured. They do it differently too, giving Sen a different look to work with. John Cutie's gonna have ult for next round, but Loud's feeling good on the momentum, and they'll have Cow and Zine probably on ult along with Tui's. So we'll see this again. Once QCK got to that right side, it caused a lot of trouble. And then it was just hunting after that with blood in the water.
Yeah. Thankfully, though, silver lining for Sentinels, the Phantom that they saved in a previous round became the Phantom that they saved into this round.
Yep.
And also on top of that, the economy has been built up also in the ult economy. That could now finally maybe start using that dimensional drift. So moving up here for information and control. TenZ position all the way towards the left side as well. And could TP instantly towards the A side should Loud try to pressure in the pit that John Cutie just plays down towards mid.
Saucy. Look at me, not at TenZ. Oh, the spam through the bottom left corner.
And a punish as TenZ was looking for a hero play to trade it right back and maybe TP away. So that's two players falling down. Saucy alone on the anchor towards the back of the site.
It's again the 1v1 prowess right now that Loud's able to hit. Sentinels isn't finding these kills from TenZ or just the members trying to do their own little excursions here like they were on previous maps of this series. Loud is tightening everything up. It looks like they could get this entry into B to count as well.
Saucy's been good anchoring the back of the A side of split. Can he do it this time around on B? No, it looks like the fault line, the side of it just hit him. And Sadok's able to punish him for trying to anchor solo and do the hero play. The last two guys will most likely save at this point.
And they still have Cow and Zine's ult after the frags on this round. They've been cycling so well here to get themselves in the site. Sadox is going to be coming up soon. I think these next rounds, Van Silly, if it may be even a timeout for how Sentinels are going to use this showstopper. Is it to put pressure on and Zekin and TenZ are activated, right? Are they going to use it for a retake? Because right now the retakes do not seem like their Sentinels doesn't have enough room to get the retake they want, I should say. So that's going to be a question. How is this showstopper going to turn it around for Sen?
It's definitely hard to get the room or to retake when you're losing players in the process of what Loud is currently doing and really picking players apart in their positioning within these sites. So yeah, you might come down to those plays where you have such a low buy right now for Sentinels. It could be a potential just half buy with rifles, and you have to do that hero play. Potential with the, hey, let's Hail Mary towards short. The amount of times here that Sentinels, or should I say Loud, try to contact up towards short and really try to execute through the brimstone smokes. It could be one of those, hey, let's try to flash, let's try to showstopper.
Yes.
Get one for our troubles. Second, hopefully your Rocket's gonna get 2 or something like that.
All right, it is the timeout. Kaplan has called it. 4 ultimates in the arsenal of Sentinels. Right now, I'll just go with the only one they're missing is John Cutie's Viper Pit. So now you know what they have. Can they get a 5-2 out of this? Around 6, yeah, $2,400 on their credits now. They're back onto a full eco buy. So yeah, Kaplan wants a word here. This is a point where they need to start swinging this swinging this half back in their favor. And what can Loud do against that? If they're expecting this, they play back or do for a double take, right? You have the Rolling Thunder. So if Sentinels actually starts to aggress on you, they can kick back just as hard with that ultimate. Remember, QCK is 1 away, so that might be an option for Loud here to make sure they're 2 ults against 4 this round. A lot of options here. Loud's been focusing A for the past few, and a lot of pings going down from Sentinels straight down mid here. Or short A, I should say. Let's get this started. The fans are ready. Timeout's over, and we're back on to Bind here. 5-1. Loud looking to bring us to a map 5 with the momentum they currently have. Let's do it, Vans.
Zelsa's taking control of Shower, so there's no early smoke moving out towards the extremities of short A. Looks like we had a nice flash that came out from Sadak, though, on the top of the palm tree, blinding 2 players. Sadak gets the pick onto Tens, not allowing Zekin to really move forward with the showstopper satchel from the APC. Beautifully done here by the IGL as Sadak off this timeout, anticipating some sort of pressure towards short, and that flash was everything.
Oof.
The walk forward, the first contact in, the continuous kills out of Sentinels. Spike down at the same time, Seekers coming out. They'll know that Sadak now pivoted across short towards the sands, while his teammates meeting up with him here in the back of the fountain. So look at Sentinels, how do they want to pivot this? They keep it towards a 2-2. Regaining control towards Hookah so they can spray on one side. They've Loud TPs towards the A site. You have 2 players pushed up in their area to watch that as well.
Slow movement through Octagon. They have to attempt everything here, hoping to find either util or that error peak. Left. And it's buddy system right now, right?
Yeah.
Movement from John Cutie and Saucy. They will not part from each other, just the flank watch on the other side. And then they collapse once they know the spike is down here.
But right now, Zelsis is in range here. If it did come a moment where these players fell down towards long B, they had the orbital strike. So time was precious for Loud, and it did not take advantage of the time left.
For sure, Loud 5-2 now as Sen pick up another round. And just to note, let's be sure we're cheering for the results, not the build-up to the result, to keep these players in the mode they need to be in and focused on just the kills. Good push, good play. Sen come up with another round. And now it's going to be 3-3 on these big-time ultimates.
That guy's definitely not smiling.
He is not smiling right now. They're having trouble finding a way to break that smile. We saw the other guys, too, noting it. All right, 3 towards A here. And the split still from Loud to prepare themselves for a push. Tens hasn't been able to get as much space as he did last time. I know we keep saying that, but they're really, really cutting him close.
It's Tens close range with the TP. Zek in first contact once again. There's that jump spot. Tens is getting ready for the left side if there's going to be a reswing. Les setting up for an orb late towards U-Haul. Already activates it up. But this is going to be good information here for Sentinels because nobody's really moving behind, even a Boombot to try to bait it out. Will Lau be ready for the position of where Tens is at the corner when the TP's also gone? Tens now in a position of a one and done. While Loud are looking to activate with an null command towards the A site. Full execution coming through. Tens around the corner. There's that first shot. Les falls down. Kyusuke also heavily damaged as the rest of Loud are trying to move out towards the showers. And off
30
the run
seconds
it back,
left.
2 players instantly fall for Sentinels, trying to delay, trying to deny as the orbital strike coming down from Zelsis at 1 HP. Off the push, allowing the flank to happen from Sasi. Now in more delays, there's 15 seconds left. QCK decides to push forward, and they flip the site. Loud is now planning for spawn, while they have the Rolling Thunder to work with. Look at that position. You saw that QCK ran through the molly
Quickly
just to get a position towards showers, so this is looking really good for Loud on the pulse plan.
Moving in, not too much util there. The heals already been had. QCK.
Yeah, nobody's gonna focus on this.
No way. Gets it. 3K for QCK. Remember, the ultimate was just used recently. Halfway there already. Can really start to flex into the site, and they get that ultimate out of Cowanzine finally to make it work. Been holding on to that just to make sure it was right. And they do collect the W. 6-2 now. Loud starting to show a lot of confidence that we were looking for in the first 2 maps. Where do they go? Just a split to the right side. Sadak is going to be the one who is on the lurk as per usual. This is the way we usually see it when Sadak's on the sky, when he's on something that can info detect. Here, he'll still be able to do it a bit with a knife and just his eyeballs. Slow push from Tens, and Sentinels playing more receptive now to what Loud is trying to put onto the map. They aren't getting these extremities checked as much. Hookah seems to be very important for Loud. To get John Cutie, but they've tempted it a lot. They fault lined it a lot just to mess with Hookah.
Exactly. It seems as though it was something that Sentinels is trying to read on the game plan, but we'll hold that thought. Sentinels, after losing a player, trying to gain some more control information by contacting down towards Long B. And now they jump spot. Or actually just a quick jiggle from Zekin to see the other 2. They're gonna have to turtle back into B site. But yeah, looking at how Loud likes to pressure towards Hookah, but the first few rounds, they haven't done it. Sentinels realize, okay, we can't do the trap plays with the TPs now. So they let it go, and it allows Loud in round number 9 to actually do that execution to get the pick. But not before now the execution towards the A side. The showstopper out from Zekin, landing onto Cowanzine.
30 seconds left.
QCK, though, once again, doing some hero plays. Just inside that smoke is Tens walking through, gets the execution, traded out by Zelsis at showers. Running through the molly, Zekin gets the backstab onto Les. Tui's is now alone with a swipe pipe down. Zelsis with a drive-by once again in the stinger.
They're trading 3Ks, that's what it takes. 2 3Ks in a row for QCK, and it's not gonna be enough. Sentinels still find a way through. That was the stinger swing as well from Zelsis. Some say he's still swinging.
Stay in range of my...
Wow. Dimensional drift is there for the next round. We'll see this play once again, just up in the face of their opponent. Celsius with a quick pen there to get the frag, knowing it would come through. Fearless play here. We're going to have weapons on both sides.
Exactly, and you saw from that replay after QCK got that pick onto Tens, run it back is available in round number 10. Loud looking really good on the attack. Haven't been fully figured out here by Sentinels as of yet. As they're looking for the contact now towards short. I think that was through smoke. Zelsis falls, run it back once again. After the first kill to try to clear it out. Now they spot Zekin on the right side of showers. Even utility pushes all the way back. Should allow the plant to come down though. Tui's looking all the way back from the spawn. Here's a TP, sees a TP, and does a little bit of damage there onto Sasi.
And he's going to be in position for the molly too, so the post plant was the lurk.
Dimensional drift inside U-Haul. Tens is going to call out their 3 players in there. Aftershock to deny the defuse, but it's gone a halfway. Zekin even got hit by that one. Molly then comes down for the post plant. Less with the shorty onto Sasi. As more flashes coming through. But it's looking pretty good here for Loud on the pulse plant so far. More shorty action.
Oh my God.
As the short kings come out for Loud. They take the lead by 4, or they maintain the lead by 4 so far.
Yeah. Cowanzine there with his own 3K. Great play by Loud. Loud starting to figure out the map to where they don't need their full squad to get in. So much different from the previous maps in this series. You have Tui's all the way back watching flank. You still had Les at short A, who didn't have to get into the fight until a little bit to when the spike was halved. really good patience and control here by what Loud is doing once they're inside the site. Like I said, they're doing it with even less numbers now because they're making it work so well. So a quick molly or quick orb over. That's going to land just about the spot right left of the wall. So that's going to be a U-Haul orb. They can make sure that wall doesn't leave them open once they get past it. Showers control this time, and Kawazine, first blood.
Yeah. Easy one so far. I mean, they used a lot of utility to really flush out early aggression, knowing that Sentinels on the lower by are going to try to do something aggressive, but the aggression came out from Long B instead. Tui's always ready for these. Place in the last one, all clean.
Like I said, 3Ks around. One for everybody. It's like a prize right now. Collected by Loud in handfuls here. Tui's ult back up. They're going to be able to figure out whatever they want for final round, but they will receive 3 ultimates here from the side of Sentinels.
Enemy remaining.
If they don't go down on that first blood. Loud went from slow playing kind of to the extremities to that round was Kawazine walking up showers to contact and just frag somebody. Like they're using it all right now, and they're not they're trying to keep a precedent out of Sentinel's head. They're not showing the same thing. Loud keeps switching it up, and Sen keeps guessing.
Well, they're guessing right this time around. Sadat solo into showers, but he still gets one before he falls. That's going to pull some players across. Seekers coming out, confirming now that hookah control finally comes out for Loud. Ult from John Cutie, preventing a split from happening aggressively for the attack side as well. Because they've lost Sadat. Can't really push through. They're going to use their orbital strike instead. Beautiful utility to spray right in between. What a play there for Loud to take control of B main.
Slow. Okay, that's heard by Sassy at least, but does Zekin move? This is great ground to be gained by Loud.
And Loud right now at a great drop just to enter towards the site. Sassy splits out the push, and that's a spike down. A QCK was still there inside hookah to trade her right out. Zelsis trying to count the timing to get through the smoke as it dissipates. And he's able to fall away. You talked about Zekin anchoring for the longest time, TPing through, and now you understand when Loud takes control of hookah, it's so hard to deal against for the retake.
Exactly. Even if you have B main control in the Octagon Garden, it doesn't seem like it matters with what Loud is going to start doing to push and pull you around that hookah, around the market side of the map, and maybe even showers, because their numbers are working so efficiently in groups of 3 or 4 with that lurker still around the map.
Very well done so far here by Loud, and a 9-3 hopefully could be the 9-3 curse for the Sentinels fans. But until we start the second half, let's toss it down to GB, who's working the crowd.
All right, guys, so I can't settle who's going to win this series because it's just been so freaking intense. So what I decided to do was really just resort to science. We're going to do a push-up contest. Yes. So I got Tiago and I got Mango here. They're going to represent their respective teams. Gentlemen, assume the push-up position. There you go. There you go. All right. It's first to 10. Whoever wins, turns out they're going to win this series. Crowd, chant with me. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 6, 7. They're in a rhythm. 10. Get going. Oh, he's clapping. He's clapping. He's clapping. They're all clapping. I can't do this. He's running with 1 arm. Hold on a second. He's trying to do some dance moves. He's trying to do some dance moves. Oh my. What in the sweet Christmas is happening right now? This is the best segment we ever could have cooked up. I mean, that's it. I got nothing else. Who won? Who won? Wait a minute. Was it Loud? Was it Sentinels? Oh, man.
Number, we got all numbers.
They got odd number. They're being numbered out over here, guys. Firstly, I just want to thank you all so much for participating. Give it up for these guys. I mean, unbelievable stuff. Come here, come here. Oh my God. And for you guys, Doug's giving out some free stuff. All right, Vansili Riv, please take this carnage away from my hands if you don't mind.
Oh my gosh.
What the hell just happened? It felt like one of those never let him know your next move. We went from push-ups to one hand to kickstands to b-boying. That was insane.
All I know is we got a GIF with GB dancing on the floor now. That's all that we got a GIF with GB and 2 other people dancing on the VCT America stage.
Oh
That's
my
all
God.
you need to get out of that. Awesome stuff by the 2 from the crowd. Love the showmanship. Thanks so much for coming out and making that so awesome.
So even if the Loud fan won on push-ups, the crowd was still behind to see who won for the series. So I think it's still even now. We don't know who's going to win this series yet,
All right.
so we'll just let the game decide. In the pistol round now, Sentinels on the attack, working out very slow contact to start things off with their default. Again, you're seeing the same thing though. Jump contacts coming out from Loud and getting ready to delay. Deny with Kalanzine. The fault line set up at the elbow, but it decides otherwise to pivot towards the A site. And it's a great read so far because that's where Sentinel's moving as well.
They are encroaching back to the other side of the map. If you get that kill over towards B long, gate crash from 10s, everybody's hitting the site, but they go back to strat B of round 1. That's going to be the A hit. Not enough noise at B long, so we go for short. The molly from Zekin now, but Loud ready on the other side for this as the smokes start to clear.
And with the orb to use the dog, but it's towards the right side to allow Tens to move forward. Inside showers, and both twinsies are working together on the left side of triple. The right click classic. Sentinel score first in the pistol round. Sadak falls, and there's trades instantly all around. And the spike's still down. 30 seconds left. Delayed enough for potential backstab coming through as Tui's just got spotted. They saw 1. Will they see 2? Beautiful flash coming out from Tens, but they both
did see 2. Quick heal.
Comes down to John Cutie. Left side of triple. Gas down, wall down as well. Pivot back from Loud, using all the time in their favor.
Oh, the headshot.
Cusick down to 8 HP just to try to delay, so Tui's come out of showers. Gets that pick, and there's the trade. Beautifully done on the coordination of Loud. They come out for the trade, and Tui's will get the defuse. Loud now or at 10, and they're really trying to push this to the brink in map 5.
To go to Lotus between these 2 teams as well. One of the biggest chess games you can run on our 3-site maps. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. It looks like it is on the horizon. A stinger buy here from Sentinels. We saw this be effective on Icebox. Can it have the same result here on Bind? Loud has just been so strong. Guardian in the hands of Tui's after those frags and the defuse, building himself up to alt. Stingers and Bulldogs around with Sadak's Judge close in hand, guarding U-Haul. All right, so send flip it. 10's now on the left side of the map to gate crash back to the right. So a little bit different from round 1. But Loud has no reason to really worry about anything until Sentinels puts their full force into a site hit.
Trying to move quickly, try to pivot some players out. The knife came out from Short A into Sands. And with that, it allows for Loud to just fall back for a bit, but they do have players to try to work for utility. Sadak holding as Judge, and Sentinels definitely know that tape. So everybody's pivoting towards the right side of APC to try to get the backstab. Zelsis just got spotted, Molly to Molly. Last and Sadak now pinned inside, but the Judge gets the kill. Second trades right back with the Stingers. Advantage for Sentinels as they get the plant down towards the A site.
Rotate around. Gonna be a little too late here for QCK with the damage that Zekin's doing with the Judge as he flies through sight, picks up the Stinger once again after that damage has been done.
Yeah, Loud got a piece of their own medicine. Ten's also winning that fight. The Stinger meta has it returned. 1 more to go. It's QCK denied by Celsius off the trade to Tens.
Again. They do it again.
This is amazing. Seeing a Stinger meta coming back from the Sentinels. That's Kaplan at the helm, pretty much. He's the one that brought that up back in the day in like 2021. What was the team name? Like Echo 7 or something with Rob Wiz.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, we're going way back.
You're digging deep. You're digging deep. But yeah, the Sentinels have made it work twice. Clobbering through the site to get that plant down in the first round pretty much secures the decision to want to buy on that second. The little bit of extra money flowing them into a state where they want to rush with Stingers, and everybody behind each other makes it work again. We see it a second time from Sentinels. Now Loud has to wonder how they work their low buy. You can expect Les to get some sheriff shots in, sure, but how much damage can they do to stop Sen from pulling back a bunch of rounds here?
This is a very similar situation as seen in previous maps where the Stinger really allowed Sentinels to start building up a bit of that economy, but Lau was still able to maintain
no headshots.
So they're just trying to go for wide swings. After the kill, the TP across. Now at the helm of the push is Tens with the rest of Sentinels inside the B site. Should be an easy plan in the end. Right now it's QCK just trying to keep him busy. The other three are still trying to fight back, deciding if they want to TP across or just try to fight at least one player that could be straggling behind. And that's John Cutie waiting with that Stinger in towards Sands.
Safety for now is what Loud chooses. They don't want to have to clear too many angles on that. And Sadak has the knife. How long are they going to wait for that? Well, they're going to have to wait till next round.
Yeah, pretty much. You can see it. Just trying to delay, trying to get at least one weapon, and I love that it's also John Cutie watching that flank with the Stinger, so if they lose that one, definitely will hear from Loud's camp, they probably won't keep that Stinger. Unless you're Sadak, you could probably get something done with that. But at the same time, though, we're not only snowballing the economy from Sentinels after that force buy, they're also starting to snowball, getting very close to these ults on the attack.
Those ults could be met with a QCK retaliate. We will see. Getting it there. Hey, sometimes it just takes a few bullets to calibrate, okay?
Hey, at that distance, the instant pull down and get a shot like that, that's sick. Great way to utilize that Stinger.
At that point, you feel like your mouse is going to fall off your mouse pad. 10-5 here. Sentinels starting a little bit of momentum. We'll see if gotta go fast is what they are thinking. Tens is going to make quick ground with a few steps before slamming onto shift. Looks like it's going to be a quick pop flash.
Sentinels seems to love doing not only a double flash, but this time a triple flash with a decoy. Does push Loud away, allowing the dimensional drift to come out. Now again pushing Loud all the way back towards the spawn, forcing the defenders to play the retake.
Quick take. 5 towards the top side here for Loud. Let's see where they decide to get in after these smokes clear, because right now the delay is heavy from Sentinels. QCK will break the barrier first.
Has to be him. Waiting for him to rotate back from the B side, hit by the dog. Close range shorty, denied right away. But they get information of 2 players from Sentinels on the pulse mine in U-Haul. So for Loud, they're trying to fight back towards Showers. Saucy getting ready for a pop flash so they could swing back off the tap of the spike. But there's deniability off utility. Can't stick onto the defuse quite yet. QCK deciding to move forward. 3 players all the way back towards short A. And the wallbang gets him. But you saw that molly that just came down. There's not enough time here at this point, and even not enough bodies to escape for Loud. Everybody dies, and Sentinels, they get round number 6.
The post-plant game is becoming so relevant here for the way Sentinels are playing. We see John Cutie using Viper lineups on different maps as well. Here it's up to Zelsis to stay alive on these ones. In a great push through, the shower push we saw was actually Sentinels using Loud's smoke against them. If a Yoru bounces his flash off the floor inside a smoke, it will pop flash right outside the bloom of the smoke. Almost impossible to dodge. Combine that with a saucy flash as well.
And a decoy.
And a decoy, and Sentinels has answers for the defensive. They're seeing answer right there as well.
Exactly. Sometimes you don't need utility, you just need Tens to move forward and get that kill. And he's going to control Showers as the rest of Sentinels holding it back. Again, understanding a lower buy for Loud in round number 17.
Fake teleport.
You see the very low buy that you currently have for the defensive side. Crossfire set up with shotguns inside hookah. It comes down now at the mid round for utility to be important for Sentinels to try to flush things out. They have what it takes. I mean, the dog, the boombot, everything.
It'll be tough. A minute here. Tens patience again pays off. He'll have free alt orb here in a second if he wants it. But more playing for the shot. as they're waiting for this low buy from Loud to get antsy. They start getting a few jiggle peeks in, and that's just enough for Sens to connect with the crosshairs.
And that's the moment of hesitation coming from, there's a minute left on the clock. Loud has no information of where Sentinel's at.
Right.
So they have to start moving forward to get information, because they also are playing a composition that doesn't really allow for them to scan anything except for Sadak's knife.
It's a great point. You don't scan, you have to jump peek things. Sadak's not on the sky. He's trying to hit a knife. The knife can be dodged. They cannot confirm much without putting themselves in danger, and Sentinels is punishing that positioning.
Every single one of those kills were just Sentinels posted at the right spot.
Right.
Everybody just walked into their crosshair.
Jiggle peeks.
They literally didn't even need to raise a finger, move the mouse. It just kept it there the whole round until finally Tens is trying to create some space and trying to find information. And not only donates his life, but it allows for, once again, Sentinels to pick up here an ult that should be very important with the dimensional drift for them to clear out the space and play the pulse plant that they've been very good at so far.
I think we got a decent buy still for Loud, maybe a timeout call from them, figuring out how they can start to defend what is happening from that side to say, yep, there it is. They call through. They need to stop the bleeding right now. Sentinels has come up with 4 rounds, and a lot of the rounds, Loud is not able to have their full member retake because they've been picked apart across the map. Of this default, Sentinels continues to run and come up with so much. So Loud, again, that buy, little discussion now. Let's see if they can right this ship here, because with the rate Sen is catching back up, we may not get a Lotus.
Right now, you can definitely see what Ender was talking about, the vibes coming out of Sadak's briefcase.
Yeah.
And he's always smiling, pumping up the team. But on the other end, the other IGL also brings up the vibes in a different way. Just small little chants, whistling, we got this, let's stay cool.
Hell yeah.
And Zelsis
Gotta
seems
do
like
what you
he
gotta
has a
do.
read on something right now on how Loud are currently playing the defense. So Kaplan letting him speak.
Checking the notes.
Trusting the calls.
He's like, you sure we planned that? Is that one that, I don't have that in mind. No. We'll see. Loud getting the same amount of time to chat. And they have a lot to throw at Sentinels here. This could be a round. They get that Kaunzine ultimate up. We've seen multi-kill rounds from him, one after the other. And it's very possible they have 3 ults to fight back on this, but Sentinels has a few on deck as well. This could be very chaotic. They go back to that default strat, setting up at just about every point of the attack side to make sure Loud isn't getting space. And Sentinels, we talked about it, of Loud's comp. Oh, Sentinels knows that Loud has to use their bodies to peek. They're their own sentries here if Loud, or if Sadak's knife misses. So they're always looking for these shots.
They're about to go for a 4-player hit towards the long B side. So with the initial noise that they made towards Showers, it was an instant TP from Tens. A jiggle now spawning a couple, and that's a beautiful fault line, but it's instantly traded. Too many bodies to deal against. Les gets taken down, and that's Walls denied. Smoke's too far away to try to smoke it back out, so it gives a chance now for Sentinels to move inside that site, and that's why Tens gave his life away, so he can have a dimensional drift this round over. And allow Saucy to get the plant and Seekers on top of it. Not yet, because it gets denied from the aftershock from Elbow. Orbital strike, but he's going to stick it still. No Seekers. There's a flank coming. That could be huge right there. Cusick getting the pick. The execution onto Zelsis. Null coming out. Up to Tens and John Cutie. Now up to Tens only. And they cannot hold. It took a while. But seems as though Loud finally were able to answer back on Sentinel's pulse plant protocols.
I like it from Loud. They split up the flashes. They split up the aggressive entry and how it can hit the site. And QCK's Thanos timing it long didn't even require any flashes. He peeks, he kills, and the rest of the team of Loud is able to come through. They did get that orbital strikeout, and Kaunzine does pick up the Rolling Thunder as we expected on that round. So they can now fold over this power into another victory to bring it to game point. Again, Sentinel still has quite a bit in the pocket for this round with ultimates in Zek and Zelsis and Saucy. Crash down A.
Walk down. Clutch down.
With Brimstone as well.
Not even
that
smokes.
speed.
It just went with a Brimstone flash, taking control of B, instant rotating. But with that, look at Sentinels. They haven't budged at all. Loud's been very proactive, rather, with this type of composition on the defensive signs.
Imagine they find something there, right? Loud's protocol is to just fight a war at Fountain at B-Long. Sentinels are now going to try to re-hit this area to see just how much came down, and QCK out of it. First blood for Tens there.
Allows Seekers to come out too, to force to rotate. Even that Rolling Thunder that you mentioned before from Kawadzin, it's pinned towards that B site. But now it's read by Loud. That small split second, saw the TP, heard the TP. So Sentinels now have to at least try to gain some ground. Loud trying to be ready for this one, but Sentinels also posted up so they can TP away if they need to, should Zekin not get the picks with a showstopper.
And you don't expect the timing. Les does look.
Inside the smoke though, Sadak gets the trade back off the Saucy. Second pushing all the way forward. A double swing towards the back of the site. He does get the first pick off the Sadak, and also for Tui's. The TP came across like they wanted to for Sentinels. Loud eating into the strategy, eating into the bait. And we'll have Sentinels full spot now towards the B site.
And there's a bit of the singular pro play from each one of them. Strength coming out and some all-stars there. Now up to Kawadzin. Great shot to capitalize. It's going to be a tough one to get this down with what's going to be happening, obviously. He just looks for the exit kills that's going to happen to him. But with Tens coming around on the outside of this round, his teleport from B gate crashed into spawn. So Les had an inkling. Yeah, there's going to be a teleport, but maybe it's a little bit later, and Tens finally found that timing, even though Les did look. It just shows you just how patient Sen's pushing forward, how much they're making Loud have to consider this angle or this, when Loud just wants to be watching the site take and denying. Another kill for Kawadzin as we get a teleport out of Zelsis, searching a little blood in the water, but they cannot take him down.
Kawadzin still been doing a very good job getting a lot of value out of these fault lines to not only set up himself but his teammates, but the amount of times was, I think it was twice in this series so far where he was able to get a fault line aftershock combination to get picks, get kills. So utility is still quite good here for Loud. But again, it comes down to that storyline on that second half of that forced by Stinger that we had from Sentinels, allowing for them to pick up 4 rounds in a row. Now finally going back and forth. Loud still in the lead by 3. Tens looking for Showers control solo with the shorty. Flash being initiated down towards Long B though for Sentinels to try to see if somebody's going to try to tap an orb. Trying to deny it away from QCK. But he's got Tui's with him. Shoots first, TP's away.
And he's gone. Now they have to worry. I mean, they heard the TP. Was it fake? You're going to leave one? They can at least clear out and start to lean the other way. Calls from Loud are going to say B-Long's getting hit right now, so just be sturdy in your positions. Kawadzin starts him off.
Great way to be sturdy. The headshot through a couple of walls, dropping one. Right now, Sentinels are trying to move in towards this B site. Baiting out Util, baiting out the Aftershock first, potentially even the Rolling Thunder as Louder all towards the back of that site, trying to wallbang off the tap. John Cutie getting the plant and also getting the pit. Activates it on the top of the B site. But remember, QCK meanwhile picked up the orb on Showers, so they have Rolling Thunder and run it back to try to go directly against this pit. Here it comes right now as QCK leads the charge. Looking through, trying to spot some players. There's the headshot onto John Cutie. Pit will now come down.
Oh my gosh.
More information as Tens inside the smoke. Traded out by Sadak. There's only one player left in Celsius. Fully Flash does get the backstab onto 2.
Celsius!
A 2 versus 1. Only as it's gonna work with almost got the clutch. But Tui's was there for the trade. The defuse. And Loud will be at that point.
Game 5, Lotus on the horizon. Loud's timeout paying dividends a few rounds ago to find a way to get the Brimstone ultimate in. Then a few rounds later, the Rolling Thunder in. And now, the retake on the site again. Loud finds success. They stay alive.
One enemy remaining.
And they have a chance to push us once more to our final map. Still a lot of chances, 4 even for Sen to get to the OT here. Loud almost has this one locked down, but you cannot give it to anyone just yet with the way they've been playing. See how they jump into this next round, where they're going, what they're doing. Ten's ready off the rip for Dimensional Drift. And he's going to start just throwing out info to the team here. We'll see how Loud reacts.
You got money to work with here for Sentinels in round number 21. Back against the wall, spotting Sadak inside U-Haul, mauling into full to push them back. They can try to regain control. Les has a judge, but he's towards the B side. QCK and 2. He's holding the A site.
Spike down A.
Off the dimensional drift information, trying to get utility behind and sprays behind it. It's actually Loud that capitalizes on all of these kills. Tens alone against the world.
How bad do you guys want a computer? Ten's a lot of work ahead of him here. And I'm sure Kaplan is looking at the Lotus notes at this point. What a great 2 maps from Loud. Incredibly hard fought on the last map of Icebox. That was such a back and forth.
He does get the first contact. Still 40 seconds to work with. Doesn't have any more gate crashes, so he can't really come through. Walking through the snake bite as well.
Yeah.
And that's going to make it even more difficult.
30
Pit coming out
seconds
from
left.
Les. Judge inside. Ten's dancing around the corner of that pit. Walks in right now to pick it up. No way. As he walks across the TP, though, QCK's waiting. Is it going to get cleared? TP's across. Didn't see him. He made it through this 14 seconds left. As QCK chases him down. We will be going into a final map to decide the winner of kickoff.
It did not look like it was in the cards for Loud to be taken 2 in a row. You have to agree the way the first 2 maps went, seeing Sentinels' prowess, how much they did. But we got to Icebox and Loud started to heat up. We get to Bind and Loud takes control. The question is who has momentum going into map 3, these teams pushing each other to the distance.
Yeah, definitely if you're looking at this series so far, it could potentially be Loud at this point. Winning those 2 rounds, those 2 maps the way that they did. Now also having tape on how Sentinels plays Lotus where they haven't pulled out on their side. They might be able to flip this series so far in that last final map on Lotus to be decided. Sentinels versus Loud after the break.
Everyone thought that this was going to be a 3-0, but to quote the People's Champion, it doesn't matter what you think. We're going to a map 5, baby. And yes, Mimi, I fit a wrestling reference.
I need your protest.
I thought Tens was the People's Champion.
Well,
he's my champion.
Well, he's not a champion yet. They might get reverse swept here.
Okay, well, look, let us reflect on this, because I do feel a tinge of deja vu, because Loud have kind of been in this position before, Ender.
They've kind
of been in this position
Do the
before.
numbers 11 and 3 not mean anything to you, GB?
I mean quite a bit, actually.
They mean a lot.
Yes.
In the first event of last year, too, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Loud have already brought it back 2 games in a row. Please, they have to see it through, or it will be clownery of the century.
It would be, but this map was dominant from Loud. Tens was never allowed to get away with absolutely anything on this Euro. They were shutting him down consistently.
They had him red.
They were dominating in the opening kills throughout this one. Quick had an absolute turnaround from the first few matches of this series, especially in that first half. And honestly, I was quite impressed by this triple flash comp, the way they were teleporting through, setting up these pinches to punish Sentinels before they could commit to these XX. It was really well called by Sadak and well played from guys like
QCK comes in after a pretty poor icebox and drops 18 kills in the first half. And it wasn't just like kills everyone. It was multiple rounds where it's a 3K, it's a 4K. Huge rounds where he alone is sort of winning them for his team. Yeah. It was a fantastic turn on. And that is a bright spot to head into a map 5 with.
Yeah, we'll see if he can continue it going into the 5th map, going into Lotus and what they kind of have cooked up. I think this obviously is a win condition for them. For Loud, if they want to pull this off, it's got to be off the backs of QCK being successful, because we got to go back to their previous roster. When they were in trouble, yeah, sometimes it was less. Aspas would also step up, and this is the first time it feels like eyes go towards QCK.
Yeah.
You got to do it.
Yeah. Now, though, we find ourselves in a pivotal Game 5 situation. This is it. I mean, for all the marbles here. And at this point, you kind of got to turn to the callers out in the field, right? You got to look at guys like John. You got to look at guys like Sadak. What are they going to bring to the table here, Mimi?
For Sadak, this is where he is comfortable. He has played so many BO5s when he dominated in Brazil in the early days, when he was playing at pretty much every international event for years on end, and when he's been playing right here in Americas. This guy's used to this. But for John, this is, I believe, the first time in a VCT game that it's gone to 5 maps for him. The last BO5 he played was 3-1 losing Ascension with M80. For this IGL, who has had an amazing story to make it to this point, has impressed so much thus far on this Sentinels roster. The calling has to be impeccable. He has to pick his team up and turn this around, or people will remember Sentinels as a team who choked the 2-0 lead, who lost those 2 eco rounds on Icebox and let it slip away.
Last year in Ascension, it was the biggest match of his life. And he lost it, and he could not qualify for VCT, but Sentinel still knew him. Kaplan knew he wanted him, brought him in. He has the next biggest match of his career ever again today to win the trophy after not qualifying. He has to come online here. And on Lotus, the next map, like, this is an IGL's playground, especially on the attacking side. How can you abuse doors, give fake info, out-rotate your opponent? It is going to be a battle of wits against these 2 legends.
Yeah, and that is just going to make it all the more better. Of course, if you're just joining us here, you have missed quite the series because it has been a roller coaster. Up and down for Sentinels and Loud, but now we find ourselves here on Lotus, the final battleground to decide who will walk away as your America's kickoff winner.
Now, Lotus is a bit of an enigma here. We have 1 VOD on record for Sentinels. They were playing the Fade Rays, the Omen, the Viper, the Killjoy. Loud have yet to play this map. We don't know what their read is. Will they be playing a classic Rays on this map, a Dive Agent? Will it be a Phoenix? Will it be something completely different? They have been holding on to that information throughout this tournament, the benefit of them playing so few games to get here, and now it's a surprise in Game 5 for Sentinels.
And honestly, I think to go back to the conversation we were just having around Sadak and John QT, this is the perfect stage for this to be settled, knowing that both teams tend to anti a lot, and they tend to study film a lot, and obviously Sentinels has a ton to watch. This is a perfect setting. Like, John, if you're going to win this, it's going to be by feel, right? Like, you're going to read the map, you're going to read what's happening, and you're going to make those adjustments in real time.
This is where we do have to make the reminder that Sentinels played more rounds than every other team in playoffs to make it to this point. They have the most tape out there of anyone. And in these last two maps, and especially in this final map, I think that puts Loud at a big advantage in being able to look ahead, being able to prep, being able to have those ideas, and their opponent have no clue what comp they're going to play, on top of the experience that they already have in these situations, on top of the fact that they have been here before, have won map 5s before. This is honestly so difficult for Sentinels to win at this point.
The good thing for Sentinels is Lotus was played all the way at the back of the beginning of the tournament. They only played it one time. They haven't shown everything just yet. And also, when it comes to how they can adapt on the fly, no one does it better, right? Kaplan coming in with the timeout calls, how he and Junk UT know each other so incredibly well, playing together so many years ago on Ghost Gaming, reunited here. They know each other. When those timeouts come in, even if Loud are throwing them something they haven't seen before, they're going to be able to find the right pivots in order to counter it out.
I think I really like this too because it feels like it's a strength against a strength here, right? Like we know where the performance needs to come from, and I think there's a lot to look forward to on both sides. We know that Sadak is very good in endurance. We know he's very good at mid-rounding. We know he's very good at dissecting his opponents. John QT, obviously at a much shorter tenure, has shown a lot of the same.
The action is, though, has Sadak figured him out? Like, it kind of feels like he's slowly but surely getting their number, slowly but surely understanding how they want to approach the game. At least it feels like that.
I think it's always map by map. I think every map is a reset point. If your team is doing it right, you cannot let the emotions from the previous matches, the tendencies of the previous matches carry through. Sentinels is going to play a very different comp from what we saw in those last two maps. It's a different ballgame.
It absolutely is. What I expect from a Sentinels game, though, when they load in, is their execs are picture perfect. All the timings that were cooked up in the lab weeks and months ago are online. So when it comes to hitting a site, when it comes to retaking, they are absolutely money. But on top of that, inside of the mid-rounding too, the misinformation they can give, especially with their Skyer, their initiator utility, to set up a fake and even find lurk timings on their own, that is where they thrive, and that is the hardest thing to try and pinpoint on a map like Lotus.
And in front of this crowd, they have to. The last time Sentinels won a tournament was in a regional final and took it home was more than 3 years ago with a completely different roster. It's been so long since this Sentinels squad has had this success, has been a real contender.
Meanwhile, Loud are the defending America's champions. They're
Been there,
right
done
back
that.
here again. But again, it's been a grind to get back. And while yes, they will remember winning the championship, they will also remember lock-in.
So Agent Select, what is Loud going to play?
Phoenix, baby.
Again, they are committed to this triple flash idea. They're running it back.
Now, I assume they're playing an Omen alongside this because having an agent that can teleport in and get verticality, especially when it comes to controlling rubble at the start of the round, is of absolute importance. By playing Phoenix over Arrays, presumably, they are losing that ability.
Fascinating. We saw the Fade get locked in, of course, for Lotus. You'll see that happen from time to time there, and nothing really. Like, I think what's going to be the agents, all that stuff. Yes, it is going to play a role, but really, what it's going to boil down to is the fact that you got people out there that really just got to want it in this situation. Sometimes it comes down to the individual, you know.
Dude, I'm really impressed at how hell-bent Loud are on making this comp work.
Yeah, the Breach and now the Sky coming into Breach, especially after the map changes, became so powerful. The control you can dish out over the C site when you're hitting it, it is so hard to solo anchor onto that Sky. And you have Sky Dog as well to inform where to put that stun on the hit. Oh, that's hard to dodge from.
In Sao Paulo, Loud couldn't make the reverse sweep happen. They let it slip them by. But they've made Los Angeles their home. They already took home the trophy in Americas last year, and they're back again looking to be the kickoff champion. Sentinels have looked good, but they are in a place out of their element. This is familiar territory for Loud. This is their chance to prove why they're the best in the league.
Loud are doing it Loud style as well. They're coming in year after year with a unique lead on the meta, back for another championship attempt here up against Sentinels.
Well, they say it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And for both of these teams, it's now a BO1. You got to lay it all on the line, otherwise you're done here. Let's see what happens as we send it over to your casters for the final match of kickoff.
That's right, GB. It doesn't matter what happened to 4 previous maps. It doesn't matter who had a lead, who was winning 13-3 on the second map of Split for Sentinels. Loud came back, and it's now finally decided on Lotus here, where I'm afraid, again, they have a lot of tape of Loud against Sentinels, and we know what Loud could do with tape. Well, like what they did against EG, for example. It might be a couple of anti-stratting coming through here from the big brain of Sadak.
they are going to be vying for mound and rubble position like nobody's business, because it's their business. It's both of them. Who's going to get it first? The map control is going to be huge here between these two teams. The mind game of map control and the movement. From attack side, we know Sentinels will go back and forth. John Cute, he's not scared of taking the entire team B for a round. Loud's going to have to be ready for that. Looks like that spike may actually trend towards that area. And they do get a bit of not mound control, but rubble control on that left side with a guiding light to start. No big commitment just yet for Loud. They do peek though. Oh!
But Toys is still there. The third player door opening as well. So they're trying to pinch in, trying to pivot between C or B, depending where the picks are going to be from Sentinels. And it's on the C side to decide. As 3 players fall for Loud. Plant coming in. Kawadzine trying to get a forward position, trying to catch one off guard. And Sadak on the flank. Instantly, we have a 2v2. Kawadzine pivoting towards the back. Gets the headshot as well. Allowing Sadak to win against Sussy. Old teammates going head-to-head. Sussy repositioned around the Trailblazer. Swinging out. The long range of the Frenzy does not connect. And Sadak's ghost, neither. Arsasi with the ghost here moving forward. Now the re-swing out from Sadak. Han being thrown. Knowing that he's towards the back, up towards the air. Nice shot from above. Sentinels get the pistol.
Incredible movement by Saucy. Sadak always buys a frenzy. In a 1v1 situation there, he's closing the distance. Saucy creates more. Sadak closes the distance. Saucy creates more. Stays out of the range of the frenzy. Gets the ghost kill. Sentinels have round 1. And that is a modified gun round strat for Sentinels. That will usually see Zekin by himself at door, opening it once B Long has made contact. They went 2 and 2 to make sure Zekin's excursion into the doorway was not tainted by any B defense from Loud. Crazy stuff by Sentinels there to modify that. Make it work for a pistol round. Loud now.
Losing one already.
Yeah, losing one. That B main peak again. Sentinels find a score there. And 10's getting pretty hurt from that situation. Oof. Good trade back to just chip damage being traded, but this is benefiting Sentinels, obviously.
Ghost long range, so Zelsis is still semi-healthy, 63 HP as Sentinels, after the initial kill, reset back towards C. And we'll get the same scenario, this time with more bodies up for Loud. Zekin trying to get the long range, couldn't work it with the Singer, uses a classic instead. Back and forth we go though with a fault line timing, Bucky close range, John Cutie. Thought that Tan's had his back, but Elise has the trade. QCK, the only thing that he has now is a classic. Trying to find the opportune moment to walk inside the smoke. The backup from Tens, the turnaround, and then both of them swinging from extremities. Yeah. Well done by Sentinels. An opportunity there for Loud to get the upset, but Sentinels convert from their pistols.
Loud, again, playing this composition that peaks a little bit with their bodies. Obviously, 2 is pushing there to get map control and see if they could have started to lean, but now they do have Sadak with guiding lights. They don't have to go as crazy, so we'll see what this gun round brings us. Like, wait a minute, that was a little too close for my comfort, says Kaplan.
It's been a long night and a long day for the coach.
All right, our first one towards Rubble.
And a wide swing too, the orb didn't even come up. Zekin gets the surprise kill onto Kawadzine. Knowing that the other one was behind the boxes, but TP'd away. That's 2Es. Forced to anchor solo. A double push from Loud to try to flank around towards C. That will be bit by utility in a couple of seconds as Zelsis moves forward with the rest of the team.
This flank is huge.
Exactly. And actually, as Zelsis is moving forward, there's no alarm bot. It's not really activated. Here's that timing moving forward now, as there you go. Moved back towards the doorway. Alarm bot came up, and that spots at least one player. Sentinels are now ready for the backstab. John Cutie is the one that greets him on the corner of the boxes by Baby Door. One-on-one in that situation, door opening forward. Sentinels are looking pretty good here in round number 3. Their bonus. Les dancing around, the peek out from Zelsis at Rubble. The push towards the spawn from Zekin. A Sentinel score the flawless.
What are they doing? They keep opening the door. They still got the flank. They're just playing games out here right now as Loud tries to get back into the site. And Loud was having trouble. Sadak threw one of his flashes at Link stairs, and it just found itself going into the wall because it was tried to be thrown through a smoke. Little things not working for Loud that they would have gained a bit of ground, and Sentinels just biting back. Let's go, Zelsis. Absolutely feeling it out of his chair right now with the hype from the crowd. And we're into round 4, I should say. Guns for Sen, not for Loud. And Sentinels worried that this could be a round of trickery. Leave the spike and spawn for now as they do a bit of recon. The first push, though, from Tui's here on Loud.
Yeah, and did so with the recon prowling towards the B main as well. Did catch a player, and as they go for the swing on Mound, they once again see the Viper set up towards that C site. And definitely here, as you're seeing, Sentinels working that map quite well. Zels is standing up at the end of these rounds. Also is the hype man that you need for Sentinels to try to close this map number 5. Wow. Yeah, really, we're showing the respect to Loud. Showstopper coming out, creating that space on the lower by that you have, and Kaozi somehow manages to slip through the execution of Sentinels to get one pick with his Bucky. Nonetheless, the little plant will still come down.
Honestly, Showstopper in. You know Sadak's not going to be too close with the judge if he has one that round. Yeah, you're right. Playing it safe, playing it strong, and they're looking to deny the audio on the retake, too.
Yeah, that's going to hit so many bodies, even all 4 of them towards this B site. All Loud could do right now is just hold the back, waiting for that to dissipate. The wall comes up, thankfully, because Les is still alive. Big curveball, the double swing out of it. Saucy is going to fall. Trying to play the pulse plant here. Tui's jumps up on the ledge, starts the fuse. Instantly, we get the sprays on 2 kills. QCK then swinging out. There's not going to be enough time left. John Cutie's just staying alive and trying to force out Les towards him. Les falls back. Spike will explode. The round for Sentinels.
4 for Sen. They do go down to 1 member, but the coffers are full. They've got so much money from the first 4 rounds here. The ultimates to come up, but we'll see this round again. Pressuring into the site. You can see that Sentinels is not kidding around. Showstopper on a low buy round for Loud. They are securing these. Imagine if they didn't Showstopper. It came down to a 1v1. The site might have had a different play all the way through that round. Fist bumps all around. Zelsis as well, still feeling hot out there.
I think I read his lips there during the replay.
What did he say?
He said buy our capsule or something like that.
Oh, true. You need to inspect more. Oh my God, into my soul right now. Get out of my head.
I'm definitely intimidated, especially intimidated with the playstyle that we're currently seeing on Sentinels on the map number 5. Again, we're talking about the tape that Sadak currently has against his opponents. And maybe just one look at the composition, one look at the plays, he could develop a playbook that could really anti-Sentinels in this last final map. But so far, we have 4 unanswered rounds for Sentinels. In this situation where Loud has gone into these early timeouts, in his first 2 maps, remember, we definitely saw a one-sided affair for Sentinels as well. So Loud seems like they might be digging deep right now to answer back on their defensive half.
This becomes interesting, right? It's not the raise and the fade nade here coming from Loud. So this is more of a firefight util hit, but Sen can run out and answer, right? They're not too deterred from making this happen unless they get nailed by that fault line.
It's already coming out. TP went forward though, look at Tens. Double TP on both ends!
They can't
but it's Sentinels winning that one. Low HP, door being opened. Sadak forced to fall back. Flash to try to get information. The Prowler followed up behind it. Second for 3 in the round. A site open for business. And Sentinels shuts down the defense.
I won't say it's impossible, but you just saw how hard it is for Loud to actually control that space. With the majority of the util, they wanted to take it. 2 members of Sentinels able to shut that down as Tens and Zekin go forward. Now they play the plant game all in tree. They should be able to trade each other here, but a good fault line could pick up a few.
Does enough damage though for the assist. Last one now spotted. Snakebite not allowing Les to move even more forward behind that 2 versus 1. Second Snakebite, Nanoswarm 2.
So toxic.
And second Nanoswarm coming down, wasting all of that time. Counter moving forward, the tap on the spike. One has to run across, easy kill, crosshair placement, but Zelsis knows better. Then swings that off the timing. 5 now. 4 Sentinels. Crowd behind him. Sentinels continue to build the confidence in the final map.
And these rounds are a bloodbath. Loud's not getting the chance to save, neither is Sen, but they're coming up with the frags, they're coming up with the round wins, and John Cootie is currently sitting on 9,000 credits. They can be buying each other if they want to. They're staying away from an operator. Sentinels is keeping a fast-paced game to not let Loud breathe right now. Loud into a big Sheriff, Guardian, and Vandal round. They're stretching the money thin here, and they go again for Rubble play.
Keep doing it, why not? But this time we're answering back for Loud. Lots of utility to try to clear back towards Rubble. Tui's moving forward. That's the Sheriff's going to work now for Loud. Answering back is Saucy. But they pull back from it, dropping a spike in the process. It comes down to the men right here, the hype man, that made it behind enemy lines and is trying to catch the rotate.
They refine the hit. We said it wouldn't be impossible, but it was gonna be hard.
Too late. The pick from Zelsis opening it up towards the A site so they can pick towards the Rubble. But the backside's about to come forward from Les. But he lost Kalanzine in the process. A jump for it. Backstab there onto Zelsis. Spike Elise is picked up by John Cootie with the pit available. Viper on Viper. Both pits also available. Comes down to who has the better read, the better positioning. It's John Cootie!
Absurd momentum right now. Electric from Sentinels. The players are feeling it, and they are delivering it to each other in these moments as well. What a round. Loud again, refined a Rubble hit. They get it right. But the round still goes in the favor of Sens as they're able to organize a hell of a flank to come in and completely pick apart Loud. 4 ultimates now ready for Loud here. 3 for Sentinels. An explosive round here on round 7 as the Odin unleashes from Zelsa's hands.
They want to keep doing it for Loud. They had some sort of result there for the control they had towards Rubble, but the thing is they had a lower buy. This time they wanted to do it with weapons. Sentinels could have been lucky with the spray from Zelsis from the A entrance. But that means you have no defenders towards the C side, allowing for Sentinels to be exactly where they posted up at the beginning of this round. Open up the kill onto Les. Showstopper in. Does not get the contact. Kusiki is just around the corner. Run it back, out and activated. Big curveball. The headshot onto Tens. Rolling Thunder also available here for Kalanzine. And it's just to try to push them back and allowing Kusiki to move forward for another pick. Lockdown available at the beginning of this round for Zelsis as they had to reset, regroup, and rethink.
This would be a wild round. They lose Les first and are able to answer back now. Loud gonna win this one from a 4v5 conversion possibly. They correctly rotate. And just a ruse. They're going to be sticking together, though, so it doesn't matter. Oh, it does. You're right, it does. They second guess it, and now they're going to be rotating together. Power in numbers, but the wrong site.
And now it has to come down to a perfect timing from Saucy. The flash actually did not spot Zelsis. He hears the footsteps. Once Saucy gets this plant, it'll pull the rotate back. But Zelsis is overthinking it, overpeaking, and gets denied right away.
Spike planted.
Saucy had this chance before on Sunset. That was the wingman plant we saw when he was on the Gecko. Does he have the timing here to get behind his opponents? Hearing the audio, hearing the stampede of Loud go by him.
A deja vu, here's the footsteps, but this time, the dream's been learned. It's been read. But Saucy wakes up Kalanzine. A 2 versus 1, Paranoia hits him. Trying to get the spray across. Elise gets that second kill, but Loud will get the defuse.
Loud find it. They need this round. Sentinel still has so much money, but Loud needed to stop the bleeding. They were hemorrhaging rounds one after the other. Ultimates are ready for Sentinels, so they may as well, or they might just take this back in their favor with what they have. Liking B with this setup. We've seen them hit B with Nightfall with what they have, and Tens can really mess around with the spawn TP if he gets it. What a round from Loud. Playing that one together, rotating correct, but they know they have a long road ahead of them to collect the rest of these rounds in the first half. Here's that B hit we were talking about from Sentinels, not afraid to just send it.
Rare hit towards that B site. That Paranoia is going to blind too, but close range still gets the kill with the Guardian. Kusiki also moving forward. Aftershock forcing Sentinels to push forward. But it's traded back and forth. Sentinels back on the board. Tui's answering right back. Pit is down. Counter Pit coming out of defenders. Less at low HP though. John Cutie still at full with armor.
It's like Sherber. Let's go. Oh, a shot outside. John Cutie finds one as he...
One-on-one though. Les has that snake bite. John Cutie playing all the way on the outside, letting that Pit down. Les doing the same, wall up, tap on the spike. John Cutie, the sprays on the first, it's halfway, a little bit of a tap, trying to stick it. It's going to release it now, gets the kill, tries to go back for the defuse. Will he get it? He will not. Less than a second, but John Cutie wins the one-on-one.
7-1, Sentinels up. They pull it back in their favor. We talked about the B hit, how hard it is. Once you get that Nightfall in, the close members on the defensive side playing B cannot orchestrate around any audio. They're deafened, they're trying to play off full reaction, and that usually means you're getting met with the utility that follows up after the Nightfall, and you are falling. What a round. Good pressure, good play. 7-1 Sen here. It's going to be a low buy again for Loud, which means Sen should be able to pick up this round.
And as we say that, though, Cowanzine's been getting a lot of value out of this Bucky so far, slipping through towards the seaside hits, and the Sheriffs has always been really good on QCK, Les, and Tui's. And walking towards QCK are Sentinels after doing some initial noise towards the B site.
Do they grab mound control now, though? Yes, perfect from Loud. They can start to move the rest of the map here. They need to get a faster read on Sentinels. The retake from Loud is amazing with their flashes. They got to be in position.
The dog came out too, controlled towards mound. There's that instant rotate from Cowanzine and Sadak. Hold the rest of the team. They're still under a minute. QCK under initial pressure. Orb now being picked up. Pain Shell's moving forward. QCK gets the wall bang. It's a bait for the Bucky to move forward, but Seki was ready for that one. Curveball on the right. Tried to look for the safety as John Cutie was able to make it back, but Sadak pinches from the back.
3v3.
But once again, the better buy is for the attacker. Sasi pushing forward against Tui's. A plant safe now towards the right side of the site.
Sadak got a Guardian.
Guardian picked up. Les moving forward, watching their angles, jumping out. Guardian shot does not connect, and instantly both players of Lao fall with the crossfire setup from the Sentinels. Dominating now the attacking side. Dominating just like he did on the first two maps of Sentinels. They're definitely really looking like they're running towards the victory of this final map.
This is incredible right now from Sentinels.
One enemy remaining.
We always praise Sadak, the 5 games, the long, arduous process of having to restrat every map, figure out your opponents. He's been there, he's done that. Amazing to see how Sentinels is molding to the situation. John Cutie continues to call well, and we know Zelsis just on the backside of those calls, adding so much information.
And Sentinels could do whatever they want right now.
They really can.
They're going back into that pressure towards the Rebel side. We're like, okay, well, when we have these big gun rounds, they might try to pressure on that side. Sentinels could work. Now the B moving back towards C.
And this is pistol repeat, right?
Yep.
This is exactly what Sentinels did on pistol round. It's a sure grab on Orb. Now they pick up the spike and they can decide what they want to do. Haven't had to worry about this Rebel pressure at all, really. They just let it happen and make sure they watch the flank. Looking forward now, Sen has only but what's in front of them for this B take. Having John Cutie with the spike back there makes me think this isn't a full hit, though.
No, this is big right now for Loud. You had Sadak, who talked about agents that needs to get information. He dogged out at the 1:15, then goes for Seekers at the 1 minute. Even to run it back to try to get the late round and even to pick onto Zelsis. Denied by John Cutie. Still an opportunity here for Sentinels to pivot away if they want to, and it's starting here. Sasi's moving forward, but he's weighted by Tui's. For the rest, it's just Zekin throwing the pain shells.
Catch them.
And Sentinels moving up towards the B site for a plant.
Sasi solo clears Haunt right on A Rubble, pushes back with the C's, and again, there's still an audible to be called here from Sentinels. They haven't finished to where they're going. It might be B in the end, though.
Yeah, 14 seconds left. It's now coming towards this B side, but there's still players here. 4 players looking to flood back from Loud in the back of the spawn.
Left.
Forward position from Sasi on the top of the heavens. Winning just behind the smoke. Here's the footsteps rotating across on the back of the spawn. Now as it dissipates, there's the contact. Paranoia was a little bit too late.
Yes.
Tenzin moves forward, though, and Tui's answer is right back. It's back and forth. a Congo line of kills. But the advantage for Loud. Door opening, QCK looking for the flank, clearing out the front B. Both players of Sentinels anchoring inside the side. The curveball turned away by John Cutie. The ADS for the trade. Second now, Satchel available to try to get the diffuser off the plant. But he's going to swing out first and knows now that they have to commit. Tui's ready for it though and fights back, allowing Loud to get the defuse.
What a necessary round, and they actually focused Tui's ultimate there. He will get it. Prioritizing a bit of the map control, being able to get Tui's pushed up on a rubble and then teleported into a retake for the team if necessary. Loud, a very much needed round. Every single one of these last rounds needs to be theirs. With the pressure, Sentinels is adding to this 5th and final map of the grand final. 2 more rounds, a possibility here. Sighs of relief. And now they focus on another round. Any ults on deck? Not really for Loud. But they are going to go ahead, take that rubble control, and try to just get a better read on Sentinels. They need every bit of the beginning of these rounds in their favor, Loud does. So that's a pickup. 1 away from Orb now for second, or ultimate.
And if anything here, they have that ultimate available for Tui's if he wants to go for that TP in the back of the C site to help, and it's being pinged out by Sentinels.
Sentinels putting pings all the way through the back of spawn here, and it's right over the members of Loud.
Face your fear!
Here we go.
Nightfall, that's where they're trying to ping, where they want to initiate the Nightfall. Pain shells thrown by Zekin. Space has been gained. Prowler pushing back towards the waterfall. QCK still anchoring behind the pillar. After that plant, though, Showstopper available by Zekin. Beautiful flash. Does not allow for him to get space off the Showstopper. Does some damage onto QCK. Down to 5 HP. Boombot about to come out through the smoke. The paranoia countered by Loud for the back of the spawn. John Cutie gets a snake bite kill onto QCK as the Duck has to move in with the rest. But they're getting delayed by the utility of Sentinels on the post plan. A 5 versus 3. Make that a 4 versus 3 advantage for the Sentinels as well, as less than the rest cannot move forward for Loud. Finally, it's Tens that gets picked off. 2 Nanoswarms onto the spike, delayed available for Zelsis.
And
there's the pop, and now they're moving forward, but finally they got rid of that util. It's at a halfway. The swing out, Tui's with the second tap, and Saucy gets that pick.
Holy close call by both squads.
Last round.
Seeing that play come to fruition for Sentinels, I started thinking you guys planted for not Mound, and you got guys outside the site. Loud also recognizing the plant position, and for a defense that means they have some members in sight. Nobody plants down on that platform and all play Mound. Loud assessing the situation beautifully and dropping the members they needed. Holy moly. Not enough though. It's tough for them. It is tough for sure. They're able to come back, Sentinels, even though they planted on that platform, and get the round.
Oof. Contact play. Zekin is on fire. Superstar now for Sentinels. Continues to lead the charge on all of these hits of the attack. Although on the other side, we did see the push from QCK out towards the A main, evening up the tally. Weapon upgraded at this point, or looking to get upgraded. As Sentinels goes for the plant, but there's that backstab. Wow. John Cutie with the plant gets the pit. That's going to make it difficult now for Loud to retake.
Second.
He's farming.
Cannot be... Sorry. All right. Very cool. Moving in now, less QCK to do what they can here. HP going to be going way down.
Oh, and short and close, swings across. John Cutie's alone. One-on-one tap on the spike. John Cutie just staying outside of it. Gambling. That he's not going to stick it. Just got spotted down to 11. Timing, Bucky close range, timing from Saucy. The flash actually did not spot Zelsis. He hears the footsteps. Once Saucy...
HP gonna be going way down.
Oh, and short and close, swings across. John Cutie's alone. One-on-one tap on the spike. John Cutie just staying outside of it. Gambling! That he's not going to stick it. Just got spotted down to 11. Blake. Could have been lucky with this.
And now having so much trouble pressure at all. Really. They just let
Sail on vibes.
Dude,
He's got him.
everyone's buying into it. It also
round. Oof. Second
play.
And he ults on deck. Not
what a call here as well. Hopefully see what the desk has to say about this playstyle of Sentinels.
So much to talk about, Vansili, because we're seeing some really
to play those early rounds to, bust down some Killjoy utility, pivot in the mid rounds. John QT wasn't even challenged in that regard. So many opens was just a contest mound and immediately burst into the site. They were dominating and getting out of their chairs with every round win.
I love watching this evolve too, because obviously Captain's having a good time. But first it was Elsis who was getting up from round one, popping off across the stage.
Look at that.
All of a sudden,
Vibes Merchant.
He's getting up as well.
There's a sail on vibes.
Dude,
He's got
almost impossibly hard. Down 10-2, but also GB, they've done it before. Back at Champions last year, they lost to Loud. They win the first two games, or lose the first two games, win the next two, lose the final. Lock in. It was the same exact story, and it's looking like it once again here today.
We'll see if that's history is going to repeat itself. Rather, to send it back over to the casters.
Thank you, GB. And yes, indeed, it's decided here on this half, but Sentinels have a big cushion right now. Winning this pistol will be everything, and Loud has an uphill battle to fight. A steep 1-2 as they take the attack. Pistol round underway, and it comes down to this player right here for QCK. They don't have a composition that allows for them to do the explosion on the map control that they're trying to get the site control that Zekin currently has for Sentinels. So how will Loud work the attack now with this type of comp?
Looking to make as little noise as possible. Looks like they might catch a paranoia nade here if they do get themselves into position. Right behind Rubble. Oh dear.
Oh, the wall came down as well. Paranoia moving forward, a 1-for-1. Make that a 2-for-1 in favor of the Sentinels. Control towards the Rubble as well. Hit by the C's, killed by Tens. Again with the hat trick. Multi-kills this whole series for the star player, not only being Zekin, but also Tens. Finding comfort in this role as Omen and dominating this kickoff so far. Tui's with the backstab. 2 for his name. Zelsis is low on HP, but it's a backstab for backstab. John Cutie is also there looking to move
30
behind.
30 seconds left.
Signs to think otherwise. Looks like Sentinels wants to give up the spike. At least for now.
They get to safety on this one. Read the play so far. Can't count out Tui's though. They hear, yeah, Zelsis hears that run. John Cutie heads to heaven, getting into position. So this will be money here for Loud. If Loud do lose, they're going to be buying next round. Expect the buy from Loud. Sentinels will too. And it looks like we're going hard onto this one. 11-2 now. Do they go for it? There's a stinger. There's a few. Let's see the replay on the round. Looking at how they orchestrated this, it was a lot on the fade. Whatever Fade could see from Link, whatever Saucy could look, was then the hit from Tens on Paranoia. Everybody then into it. Second went down first in that, and they knew the play would still go through.
That as well, the play that you saw from John Cutie, the snake bite, and also spraying in, knowing that it was going to be a plant that's going to be unorthodox, just trying to get it down for Tui's, and still manages to get that pick. Dragon IGL calling perfectly for Sentinels and steps up for these kills when he needs to. The perfect piece to the puzzle right now for Sentinels to close this series. 2 rounds away, as Loud as you mentioned, Riv, is forced on a bye.
A main control. Prowler just went through B for Sentinels, so they have a bit of an idea of how long the timing will be. And now the Trailblazer alerts them a little bit more. Spike is at B, or sorry, C here for Loud.
Guardian does get the hit onto the jump spot, but thankfully Sadak is there with the heal. Les is back and topped. And now they're pivoting towards the C side, as you mentioned, because of that pressure and that control that Sentinels currently has on that A site. Utility being broken on that C side as well. Snakebite to delay, Snakebite to push John Cutie away as well. First contact now in the back of the pillar to that C side. It's Celsius with the stinger, out of bullets, flashed and pulled away, and now it forces Sentinels to play the retake.
They got to stay in sight for this plant. It's going to get real sketchy if they're all outside on mound. So you see them piling into water here. They still have the flank from Tui's.
But looks like Tens is ready for that one.
He's thinking about it.
So far, it taps the door, or looking for the Paranoia, the backstab. Missed the opportunity to just close him down. C's being pulled out. Aftershock to try to push them back once again. Sasi finally trying to lead the charge, but Kalanzine strikes first. It's back and forth, but Loud are still holding the pulse plan. Celsius is low on HP, blocked by Kalanzine with the classic. It's up to only one more member. Tens, the time against them. Runs back out through the smoke, tries to make it expensive in the long game, but Loud holds down the pulse plant on their force buy.
Sentinels feels the sting on that round. An almost necessary win. Game's over if Loud drop the Stinger buy round. But no, they persevere. They find a way to shred Sentinels, and then they low plant in the site, knowing Stingers cannot win that fight from Mound, and they cause chaos on Sentinels retake. Absolutely swarming the members of Sen, taking them down. So a few free upgrades for Loud here. Sentinels back down on the low buy. Loud needs to carry these rounds for just about forever. We'll see what happens. A pressure will be given for now as it's a retake for Sen. And Loud, a lot of control on the map here. Really playing it slow to not make a mistake. Back and forth as they tempt any fight.
Forever definitely seems like very long when you're trying to find room to breathe. You're trailing behind by 8 rounds are Loud, and already look how early these Trailblazers are coming from, but it forces out the push off the lower buy that you have from Sentinels through the smoke. Tui's is ready for that, drops them both with the stinger. Allows for them to pivot across, but look at this reposition from John Cutie. He decided to fall behind his teammates' bodies, the Paranoia to come out. So at least one kill. And out of that, Loud has full control of B, full control of the map. And now control of the spike planted.
Spike planted.
That's going to give him the contact, not even needed. Well done here. Loud converts 2 rounds in a row. Sentinels cannot get the surprise play. Remember though, if we're going back to the basics as well of this map, a 3-side map you've mentioned here, Riv. Very similar to Haven. Great ways to be able to default across the map. Great ways to actually pull rotations away and get a very strong attack side. So Sentinels showed a very good 10-2 half on their attack, but you definitely know that Loud has what it takes and can do the same thing.
I mean, they just pulled off a full Stinger 2-2-1 fake strat, right? Yeah, anything is on the table right now. Back to guns on both sides. 11-4 is no pressure for Loud. They're feeling the 0-0 on the scoreboard as they take shots. Sen Tens, however, starts us off.
The Haunt had information. Tens just went for a tap while looking at the mini-map and got the kill. Paranoid to push him away, trying to fall back, but there's a snake bite to not allow him from that deep cover. But at least his teammates are there.
Cover going up.
A little back and forth. Sentinels will regain position of the rubble area after grabbing one. So the 5v4 conversion now on Sen's shoulders to get the W on this round. This is where Sadak comes into play. The mid-round call, what can happen? Double take on both sides of that mid area. Tui's just from mid. And they're waiting on less, maybe a little more info, maybe a push. But Sen has not been giving that push.
Heard the jumps, the Haunt here.
Yeah.
Tui's forced to break it and give his position away. They have this Rolling Thunder for Kawanzin. He made it all the way down towards the bottom. And as the Nanoswarms come out, they could just wait for that timing. All coming through, gets canceled as Tui's is trying to find somebody towards that site.
30 seconds left.
But once again, Sentinels playing the retake.
Waited out the mollies, going for the plant. Another plant that considers that Loud has to stay inside. Celsius with the Odin.
The C's got him to just spray through. And now Snake Bites to delay, and that's no Rolling Thunder to push him back. There's only 12 seconds left on the clock. Forced to go for the stick, but the sprays are not coming in this time around. Plant is down. The push from Tui's does not get the surprise kill there onto Sentinels. Tens on a rotate back from the spawn. Haunt comes through. Sadak is all alone. Sadak gets two, but he gets dropped right after. Sentinels went to the fuse, and Sentinels a round away of leading this series.
Oh my gosh. That's the defuse. They go for John Cutie, or no, Celsius. That's going to be an all-door towards the lockdown. Anything that helps them secure these rounds from Loud. Loud is able to get into the sites. They do it as a death ball. They squeeze in. But the plants have been so tough for Loud to get in a good position. The low plants just on platform are not allowing them good defensive setups. Sentinels comes in and just swarms from all angles in the end. 12-4 now. We are going to still have that Odin online for the side of Sentinels. But Loud are able to present now with full Vandals, just low armor on Tui's in this Rolling Thunder. They're going to fight for A rubble control. It's going to be about the map before the fights first. They have to play this round in layers if Loud wants to get through Sen.
You hear a little bit of damage being done here through the smoke, but it's inflicted onto Loud. Sadak and Les tagged a little bit. Remember, this Rolling Thunder available, not used on the C side when they thought they had control. This time, though, Zekin gets the opener. 4 kills away. We thought you would have a Rolling Thunder open up the A site, but instead, it's reopening the door and sneaking QCK around.
They have no idea what's behind them. They don't know if somebody's in baby door. They don't know if somebody's now behind them at A main. They have to move, and Loud can only go forward here. That Rolling Thunder still ready, could cover all of B. They have QCK just lurking, waiting, but nobody from Sentinels is stepping into the danger zone right now. They're waiting for a plant knowledge.
Loud just with the regular stop and go under the pressure. Out of elimination, yet at the brink of elimination does these plays. QCK trying to go for the hero one, trying to see if he can catch one off guard. At least to get the plant down.
5v3, Rolling Thunder, prepped and ready from the tree position. They're gonna actually try to rotate a little bit around. Tui's can have a big flank in the end. A few of these seconds being wasted getting to the spike, but Sen still have a lot of time on the clock.
Important to keep Kawanzin alive right now for the Rolling Thunder, and he also has Aftershock. Holding the tree is the most important position, but Sentinels are looking to fight right back. There's the Aftershock. There's a swing out from Tens, but gets denied. And now the tap on that spike. Tui's dropping one. It's a 2 versus 2. Right inside, trying to stick it. Another one to fall. It's all up to Zek, who does get the kill. Trying to stick the spike. And gets to the fuse with the Red Bull clutch. And Sentinels are going to be America's kickoff champions. Ice cold. Look at his face.
Sentinels, your gauntlet run is over, and you have completed it victoriously. Playing just about the same amount of games they played in the regular season. of 2023 here in kickoff to kickoff playoffs and now grand finals. Sentinels had it all, and they gave it all. The fans are happy. Zek in there with a stick to fuse, and how better to get it than a stick to fuse in the sight with your opponents still on the other side. It couldn't have gone any other way. Sentinels used it so many times to get to this point.
It definitely shows the preparation and how ready they were under these pressure moments that could still stay calm and stick a spike on a 1v1. But look at them. Sentinels crown here the victors of Americas in this kickoff win. It was actually a coveted title of Loud last year by winning Americas. This team reformed under the helm of John Cutie as the IGL, finding the partnership with Kaplan as well to be able to build this story.
And let's talk about that. John Cutie obviously in the scene, knowing some of the minds that he plays against, but being able to step on the VCT stage and outmind the best. That's greatness.
And now let's toss it here to Spix and the winners, Sentinels.
Riot Games Arena, give it up for your America's Kickoff champions. It is Sentinels. Second, congratulations. Not only is this a major win for Sentinels as an organization, you were such an instrumental part of it. You were one of the best players in this entire kickoff event. We have Mama Zek in here, we have Grandma Zek in here. Please, a words for not only your family, but also your fans.
Mom, Leela, I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming. All the fans, thank you so much for coming out to support, whether it's online or in person. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Now moving on, Tens. You are the only member on this team that remembers when Sentinels was at the international events, when Sentinels was lifting trophies. It has been 3 years since that moment, but finally, you will be going to Madrid as the America's Kickoff champions. What does this mean for you to have seen your team's journey and make it this far?
Yeah, I'm just really proud of the team. Appreciate all the fans that have been cheering us on. It's been amazing. It's just been an experience. So, yeah, I'm excited.
I'm sure the fans are very, very excited to cheer for you in Spain as well, so thank you very much. Saucy! This has to feel so surreal because not only, of course, are you the America's Kickoff champions, you did so taking down Loud, your former team. Loud, the team that seems to be all of their teammates that leave. I mean, they just have a crazy history of being able to do so, but finally, you're able to take them down. You're able to take down Sadak. Tell us how much more special this means for you.
I mean, it's really special. First, it's my first official title on Sentinels, so I'm really happy because of it. I'm a Brazilian, so I know like this means a lot for me. I don't really care, like it could be Loud, it could be NRG, but for me the title is special for itself because it was a high expectation on myself and our team last year, and I'm so glad that we finally came back and we got the win.
Absolutely, and you were such a huge part of that. Congratulations, Saucy. And now we have our in-game leader, John Cutie! John, you tweeted it yourself. There's no such thing as failure, just delayed success. From playing in Morocco, moving to Canada, impressing everyone with your time at Ghost Gaming, barely not making it in Ascension when you were part of M80, and now rejoining hands with Coach Kaplan, lifting this trophy here, winning America's Kickoff. Tell us what all of this means for you in your career.
It means a lot. I don't know where to start, but it means a lot. I've worked so hard. I've spent so much time just working. Yeah, I mean, I'm just living alone in LA, just working so hard. I have a vision, and I've seen this happen before it happened, so...
As like the best possible teammate you could have in North America to pick up, and he's made it back again. He's built another team up. It's amazing to see.
I really did appreciate what Coach Kaplan said, though, about them being a team, right? Because that was a problem. You mentioned it just now about how, like, the previous iterations of Sentinels